co-host as well, just in case I may not catch someone that is trying to enter if you see them before me. Okay, and like there's two others. If you could just let them in, Dr. Mockler, while I'm trying to get into the record part. Okay. All right, here we go. All right. Welcome everyone. My name is Dr. Monique L. Akassi. I am the director of the first year writing program. This is year 2 for me, but it seems like it's year 12 because of so many initiatives that we have been doing with my esteemed colleagues in the first year writing program in just 2 years. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second annual First Year Writing Program Research Symposium. It is indeed an honor and a joy to gather with all of you for this important and inspiring occasion, an academic celebration of student voices, student research, creativity, inquiry, and intellectual excellence from the Department of English and our first year writing program that is under the auspices of the Department of English. So today we recognize and uplift the brilliant work produced by our first year scholars, research projects, multimodal projects, critical analyses, and reflections grounded in our program's rich common reads and academic themes. These students you will witness today have demonstrated not only their developing mastery of college level writing and research and critical thinking, but also their courage to dive deeply through experiential learning and making connections with real life events that are happening in our world and making those connections through research and literature. You will see that indeed our scholars question boldly and they also contribute meaningfully to conversations that shape our communities and our global world. As the director of first year writing program, I want to personally thank again our esteemed faculty who guided our students through this process and continue to help them to become stronger writers, thinkers, and scholars, especially those that are mentioned. You'll see the professors in parentheses in the program booklet by each speaker presenting today. You'll see those professors in parentheses, and that parentheses speaks volumes, right? Because these are the ones that are cultivating our students' critical thinking, research, and writing skills. I especially want to extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. Susan Mockler, who's here with us, and also Dr. Boylan in the spirit, who is abroad right now presenting at another conference, but she's here with us in spirit. And so we thank both of you, the co coordinators of this second annual symposium. We thank you for your commitment, your leadership, and your tireless efforts in spearheading the organization of this event. Your dedication to the student's success, academic integrity, and the transformative power of writing has made today possible. So, thank you for investing your expertise and your heart into this program and into our students. I like to also thank again our colleagues who are here with us currently, Dr. Ashley Plack O'Donnell. Thank you so very much for joining us. And we have more faculty that will be joining us throughout today's events. To our presenters, you are the reason we are here. Your voices matter, your ideas matter. and your ability to articulate your experiences and research matter. So today is your stage. Lean into it, own it, and shine brightly, Howard University students. And to all of our faculty, staff, and administrators, and families and guests joining us virtually, thank you for supporting our students and celebrating their achievements with us. Your presence affirms the importance of their work and their significance of strong writing and research in the academy, in their professional lives, and in the civic engagement. So, as we begin today's symposium, let us move forward with pride, curiosity, and the spirit of excellence that defines Howard University. May this event inspire all of us to continue with our scholarship, with growth and innovation within and far beyond our first year writing program. I welcome you. I thank you for being here. Let's have an extraordinary symposium. I now would like to turn it to my colleague, Dr. Susan Mockler.
Thank you, Dr. Akassi. Thank you so much. And welcome, esteemed colleagues and students. I'm so proud of you all for the work that you have done and for your courage in being here. Some of the things that you mentioned this morning, Dr. Akassi, of the conversation, that's one of the things that I really like to emphasize with my students, and they're going to get tired of me asking this question of them. Like, if you put this text in conversation with this text, what would they say to one another? And it really helps the students develop their thinking of, just an ancestral text with something in the future. What would these two texts say to one another? And just really developing their critical thinking skills. So this has been, to me, it has been a wonderful experience to watch the students sort of dive into these common texts more deeply. The assignment that I gave them for the 102 students was to write a letter to one of the characters in the text. I am Alfonso Jones. Um, and and to watch them sort of, when you first sort of explain an assignment to them, sort of, with a lot of questions, and then eventually get more familiar with it, and then to grab onto it and develop their own ideas and voice. And also throughout the semester, I did want to mention that to be able to watch throughout the semester, to watch the students develop their confidence in their voice and their writing, which is just a treat to be able to watch that, and a joy to be able to see that development. So I am looking forward to the day to hearing all of the students present their papers today, and it's a wonderful opportunity for you all. I do appreciate that you do have the courage to come and present your papers today. So thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Akassi and Dr. Boylan, who is not here today, and Dr. Clark O'Donnell, who is here. I've not met you in person, but I know you've helped out quite a bit, and other faculty who will be here throughout the day who are helping out. So thank you all so much. And some of my students are being moderators for the panels today. So thank you all so much for stepping up.
Excellent. Thank you so very much. Very much. We greatly appreciate you, uh, Dr. Mockler, Dr. Boylan, Dr. O'Donnell, and so many, all of our colleagues. We thank you. And now we are going to turn it over to our department chair, Dr. Carol Boyce Davies, to send greetings on behalf of our Department of English. Dr. Boyce Davies, thank you so much
Hi,
for joining us and always supporting us. Welcome.
Good morning, and a great welcome to everyone, students, faculty, the colleagues who are on this virtual conference and who have worked with the students so amazingly to produce this event. It's not that easy to coordinate and produce an event with undergrad students because we are beginning to shape their thoughts and their words, and it's good to be able to see that result in this virtual first year writing program student research symposium. So, those of you who have not met me yet, my name is Professor Carol Boyce Davies. I'm in Lock 254 and I welcome students to come and visit so I can know who you are. But I have the distinct honor of serving as the chair of the Department of Literature and Writing in English here at this legendary Howard University. We are the HBCU University where innovation and excellence are consistent. You just have to look back at the history of people we have produced to know this is not an idle boast, this is real. And you too, then, are absolutely contributors by meeting here today and presenting, or even just listening as we work, in my view, right? Creating always a new generation of academic scholars who are able to take what we do further. In other words, we who are professors, instructors, lecturers here, we want you to be those people in the future to take the places that we have created and also to advance them. So it's my pleasure to welcome you officially to today's proceedings. So what we have here, and I love the title of this event, it's called Letters, Legacies, and Liberation, Voices of the First Year Writing Program. Why do I love it? First of all, letters, foundational. Many writers have actually used this form called the epistolary form in their works. If you've read The Color Purple, you could see it's letters to God. So actually, letters by themselves can function as literary texts, can also contribute to creating a whole literary text, so it can be really an important device within a text that moves it from one level to the other, which I also love. And writers consistently use letters. So just working with the concept of letters means that you are already creating a foundational building block for future stuff. Of course, we also see it in poetic devices when writers use that form to sort of get to the personal, confessional, creative moments that they want to explore. And of course, legacies. We are living legacies, right? And I'm amazed when I walk across campus. Sometimes people are there on tour and so on. And you wonder if students know just the buildings that you're walking into every day, like Locke Hall, is named after amazing producer of intellectual work, very central to documenting the Harlem Renaissance, Alan Locke is, and also really advancing scholarship in philosophy and literature at Howard and in the general intellectual community from New York to Washington, D.C., and other places around. So just know that you are in the middle of history and you are therefore making history. I would love to tell people that you make history every day just by what you're doing. And you may not think it's important, but others subsequently look on and say, wow, in 2025, that's what they did at Howard. Amazing. And then finally, liberation. We are the products of liberation, right? Maya Angelou, I'm sure you've heard that over and over again. We are the dream and hope of the enslaved. In other words, we live liberation every day as we walk on Howard's campus, which, as you know, 1867, I see some people with the hat saying 1867. Do you know what that means? 2 years after emancipation of enslaved Africans, we have a university created precisely for this purpose, precisely for you then, who are the generation to take all of this further, to benefit from it. You are the beneficiaries, you have to say, as we have been in the past. So the act of writing then, which you engaged, helps to free ideas from just being ideas, but to bring them forward onto the page. Many of you are doing computers, so you're not looking at the page all the time in the same way, but it still means the same thing. In other words, you've moved ideas from just thoughts or creative expression in a mental form to actual text, actually seeing it on the page or seeing it on the screen. So we move these ideas all the time just by thinking and then writing. So it's a skill, according to one writer who passed not too long ago, Elizabeth Nunez. It's a skill like riding a bicycle. Like once you've learned to ride a bike, next time you get on a bike, you kind of figure it out and you have to balance, right? Writing is like that. Reading is as well. In other words, you have skills that you develop automatically and tools that you just bring to bear in that process. And this is what we encourage you to do consistently every day by those assignments that you get. They're helping you shape and really sharpen your creative mind and your energies. So I encourage all of us listening today to your presentations, and I will try to catch as many of them as I can. I have a meeting at 10, so I'll listen until 10 and then I step out for that meeting. But I want to just, first of all, just in closing off this introductory piece, to thank Dr. Monique Akassi, who is the director of First Year Writing Program, who has been stellar in advancing projects and programs that really have shaped First Year Writing into the kind of program that we want it to be. And we'll take it further, even beyond what we're doing now. And then, of course, the lecturers who have created this event, lecturers Boylan and Mockler, who are the chairs of this year's writing conference, and definitely all the first year writing instructors and lecturers whose guidance, and I'm the person who looks at your evaluation students and see what you say about the various teachers who you engage. And actually, one of the things that I've been impressed with in all of the assessments, our teachers, our instructors, our lecturers score way above university norms. So we know we're producing good um, students by their active presence and the kind of work that they're doing. And then the other thing that I am always fascinated by too is that we are also making sure at Howard University that we have people who, once they leave, whatever field you're studying, right? Whether it's engineering, and I was talking to a poet last night in the Sabbath event about what he did. And he said, no, I'm in finance, but he's writing, right? He's a poet. So whatever field you in, writing is critical. And Howard wants you, all of you listening here, to be those people who, when you leave Howard University and you go to work somewhere, you go to work in a lab, you know how to put language together. And many of you already have come prepared, as we know, coming from really great schools or just desire to be at Howard and have prepared yourself for these kinds of moments. So keep going and go forward. And we open our minds, our ideas to new directions, and we advance again a new generation of students and colleagues moving all that we do further, building legacies, developing those letters of liberation that we want. Welcome again and have a great event today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Boyce Davies. Dr. Boyce Davies, she doesn't hear it enough, but she is a phenomenal department chair, and we are so grateful and blessed to have her because it's rare that you have a leader that will literally say, okay, go create. And so it's a breath of fresh air, and it's very liberating as well. So we just thank you so much, Dr. Boyce Davies, for believing in us and trusting in us to give birth to our visions without restrictions, guidance, of course, and recommendations, but we just thank you for allowing us to fly.
It's my
Uh,
pleasure. Thank you.
Absolutely. And you'll hear today actually quite a few research presentations on the panels from our common reads. Dr. Boyce Davies' outstanding Caribbean Spaces Escapes from Twilight Zones was our um, common read for all of the English 104 students. And Dr. Tony Medina's I Am Alfonso Jones graphic novel was is rather the common read as well for all of our English 102 students. So you'll see also throughout the program, and I think Dr. Mockler, if you could copy and paste the issue link to the digital program one more time, because when people come in, they may have not have caught it earlier, but you'll see a plethora of different research panels that have implemented and have taken a deep dive into these great works. So we thank you, we thank you, we thank you. All right. And so we're going to go ahead and continue. So the way that the symposium is set up, each ballroom, which I'm going to open here in just a moment, we have ballrooms A, B, C, and D, right? So during this 9 o'clock session, ballrooms A, B, and C are going to be open. You can go in and out of them freely, but look carefully at which panels are going on. Ballroom D is empty for the 9 to 10 session, but A, B, and C are available. And as you can see, and I think you can still see my share screen. So if you're interested in ballroom A, you can go into that one. The panel is Letters to Alfonso. Say their name. Moderator Dr. Susan Mockler, Todd Muhammad, Karen Arvelo, and Morgan Hooks will be presenting concurrently now in Ballroom A. So if you're part of that panel, you can freely go into virtual Ballroom A now. We're in the main ballroom right now, but if you're in that, go ahead and click on Ballroom A. In Ballroom B, we have Chloe Eson as the moderator. And we have Elena Watts, Zoe Hamilton, Chloe Eason, and Zion Watson will be presenting. The panel is Letters to Danetta, the Surviving Girlfriend. And then in Ballroom C, my panel, Multimodal Research Projects on I Am Alfonso Jones in comparison to the hashtag Black Lives Matter era. I am moderating that, and we have Ajua Adul, Micah Bell, Kennedy Love, and Aya Wally in there. Okay. So all three of those ballrooms are now open, A, B, C. You're free to go in. And then after that, we'll start up the 10 o'clock session and you can continue to, and we'll continue it concurrently all the way up until 1. Welcome again, everyone. And the rooms are now open for you to freely go in and out of the ballrooms. Welcome. And if anyone has any issues getting into ballrooms, please let us know. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our panel. This is Ballroom C. We're so glad that you are all with us today. We're going to go ahead and dive right in. And so today we have with us a very important panel, very important panel. And this panel is entitled, one second, I'm sorry. Multimodal Research Projects on I Am Alfonso Jones in comparison to the Black Lives Matter era. All right, so we're going to go ahead and begin. I'd like to call to the stage now Ajua Ado, a comparative analysis of I Am Alfonso Jones to Two Distant Strangers. Ajua, you now have the floor and you should be able to share screen. Thank you for joining us today.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna start sharing my screen.
And if you need the volume, Ajua, remember, click those two little white boxes to the right to share sound before you share screen.
All right. Sorry, it said that my audio was disabled when I shared, so let me try that again. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
And if you can't share the volume, you can still present if you have to as a plan B.
No.
If you need to, Angela, we can come back to you and go to Micah Bell if you're having technological challenges. Oh, I think I see your screen.
I'm afraid.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Okay. So just double click to enter
Oh, is
full
it not
screen.
showing yet?
Yeah, just click double screen to enter full screen mode. Just double screen to
Okay.
I'm not sure what's going on with it. Maybe let's double check. Maybe we'll go to Micah Bell to see if he has tech not access to the technology,
Oh,
if that's okay. And then we'll come back.
okay.
Okay. All right. Let's just give it a second. Thank you, everyone in the audience, for your patience. We're going to circle back to Ajua Ado. We'll go on now to Micah Bell. Micah Bell will be presenting on What the World Sees, three comparative stories of Black life and loss. Micah Bell, if you're ready, you have the floor. You can share screen if you have any digital visuals as well.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. I am going to start my share. See. Oops.
Oh, and I'm wondering, yeah, you should still have access.
She's talking.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you if you're talking.
Oh, no, it's okay. Do you have
Okay.
access to share it, Micah?
Um, I'm trying to see. Can you guys see my screen?
No. Okay. I'm
Are you
wondering.
guys able to see?
They need to be co-host Monique or the way.
Yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. Let me see, Micah, if I can make you um co-host.
Okay.
Okay. Can you do it now, Micah? Thank you, Dr. Boyce Davies. Okay. All
You
right.
guys can see my screen?
Yes.
Could
So,
see you and
yeah.
your roommate on the back.
Can you guys
Tell
see?
roommate to move to the left.
Yeah.
You can
There
see
you
the
go.
screen?
Roommate.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
And
Okay,
if
great.
you okay, and if you can just share your screen now.
Oh, okay, so my screen is not shared.
No,
Mhm.
we're seeing you.
Yeah.
We're in your room. So be
Yeah.
careful.
Yes, I am.
Okay. If it's not sharing for whatever reason, I'm not sure what's going on with that. Um, maybe you can just present it.
Yeah, from your text.
Yeah, from the text. I do apologize, Mike. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but
Okay. Are we able to see it now?
no. If you like, if you put it in the chat, maybe like if it's a link or an attachment, if you put it in the chat, maybe I can share it.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So I will stop sharing or
Thank you for your patience, everyone. But these are some really great projects. And
oh wait, I see something here.
okay, there it is. There
You see
you
it
go.
Oh,
now?
wow. It's up.
Yay. All
Okay,
right,
Beautiful.
great.
it's up. All right.
Are
Now
you
you
guys
got
still seeing
those.
yourselves on the side here?
No, we see yours. It's all
Okay,
good.
okay, great.
Yeah.
But go to full screen so that it can show.
Yes.
Yeah,
There you go.
wonderful. There you go.
Excellent. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Okay. Okay. One moment. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Micah Bell. I am a freshman health education major concentrating on child and maternal health from Frederick, Maryland. Today, I will be presenting on the three stories of Black life and loss. So just an overview of my presentation, I'll be comparing the graphic novel I Am Alfonso Jones, Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing, and the real-life tragedy of Emmett Till. I'll be exploring the three works and how they portray reoccurring events of Black suffering across fiction and reality at the hands of police and racists. My main themes are motherhood and the dehumanization of Black people, focusing on the theoretical framework of W.E.B. Du Bois's double consciousness theory. So, who is I Am Alfonso Jones, or what is the story? So, Alfonso Jones is a graphic novel by Tony Medina that takes place in the 2010s, about a boy named Alfonso Jones, a 15-year-old boy from Harlem, New York, with a passion for music, history, and is loved by many. One day, as he's shopping for his suit, he's assumed to have a weapon, which is a hanger, and is killed in the department store by a security officer. So, what did this cause? This caused community outrage, a national conversation, and grief. So, what is Do the Right Thing? Do the Right Thing is a film produced in the 80s by Spike Lee, which is about a community of people in Brooklyn, New York, but more specifically about Radio Raheem, where at the climax of the film, he was brutally murdered at the hands of police. He was a young Black man from Brooklyn, New York, who carried a beatbox and played Public Enemy's, oh, what's the song? Public Enemy's Fight the Power. He represents Black pride and resistance. He went to the pizza shop owned by Italians to simply get a slice of pizza. A dispute began when him and his friends noticed that there were no Black people on their wall of fame. They also were very disturbed by the loudness of his boombox and decided to call the police. Later, during that police interaction, Raheem was choked to death by a police officer. This caused an instant outrage and riots affecting affecting the the pizzeria where he went to get a slice of pizza from. People questioned what the right thing to do really was. My next case is Emmett Till, who's a 14-year-old boy from Chicago who visited Mississippi to see his relatives, where he had little experience with Jim Crow laws just because he was from the North. So what happened to him? He was wrongfully accused of whistling at a white woman in a Mississippi store. Days later, he was brutally beaten, tortured, and murdered by white men related to the white women. This caused a national outrage, sparked the civil rights movement, and the legacy of Black motherhood and resistance. Which brings me to my next point of Black motherhood. An article by Sienna Leith called They Just Keep Coming" is an article about Black women and the constant response to anti-Black violence and that often transforms grief into grievance in action. We see this through Emmett Till's mother and Alfonso's mother, as Alfonso's mother is struck with maternal grief that pushes the community together and brings out a sense of resistance. As for Mamie Till, she turned the horror of her son's death into an eye-opener for many Black Americans. Both mothers were personally driven and politically consequential. And no one loves quite like a mother. Beyond appearance, tone of voice, skin color, a mother will love you still. But the same cannot be said for police. In an article by Brian J. Buckley titled "Racism and the Denial of Personhood," draws the fact that racism works by stripping individuals of their personhood. Buckley argues that racism works by fully stripping individuals from their moral personhood. Alfonso is perceived as a dangerous object of suspicion rather than a teenage boy shopping for a suit. As for Radio Raheem, he is seen as a problem or a threat rather than an activist, and both were killed due to their personhood being denied in the moment of police confrontation. Excuse me. Um, so should this personhood be quieted? Should Alfonso have not raised that hanger? Should Radio Raheem have kept his voice down? These are all types of self-conscious questions we ask ourselves, which brings me to my final topic of double consciousness. Double consciousness is a concept by W.E.B. Du Bois, which was introduced in The Souls of Black Folk in 1903. He describes it as a psychological experience of Black Americans who live with a two-ness, meaning they see themselves through their own perspectives and through the eyes of a racist society. Ultimately, this creates an internal conflict where a person is constantly aware of how they are judged, stereotyped, and devalued. So double consciousness explains the constant pressure on Black individuals to manage their identity while also surviving in a society that views them through racist stereotypes. Alfonso lives with the pressure of being a Black teenager, constantly aware of how authority sees him. Radio Raheem is judged through a racial fear rather than his humanity, and the police see him through a distorted, threatening lens. As for Emmett Till's mother, Mamie Till, she uses consciousness in a more positive way, displaying that her son was brutally beaten and murdered with an open casket funeral that forced the nation to confront the truth. So in conclusion, these stories, both fictional and real, show how racial injustice is not only isolated but repeated across generations, revealing its longevity and painful consistency. Double consciousness helps us see the deep psychological, and social burdens placed on Black individuals and families as they navigate a world that constantly questions their worth and humanity. By recognizing these themes across I Am Alfonso Jones, Do the Right Thing, and the case of Emmett Till, we can better understand how racial violence continues to shape Black life. Ultimately, we must acknowledge these patterns if we hope to change, challenge, and disrupt them. Thank you.
Wow. Let's give a round of applause. Powerful, powerful. What we'll do, we'll have questions after each presentation. So the floor is open. Anyone in our audience, and again, audience, thank you for coming to this panel. The floor is open now, and if anyone has any questions for um, Micah Bell in this powerful presentation, okay, you can just unmute. You don't have to put it in the comment. You can just unmute. All right. Well, I have one question. So, because I think that was very unique, very original, very highbrow how you look through a Du Boisian lens. on this comparative analysis through your research for your multimodal project. Um, so in your analysis of I Am Alfonso Jones, Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing, and the historical legacy of Emmett Till, how does Du Bois's concept of double consciousness help us to understand the emotional, psychological, and moral burden placed on Black mothers who must navigate grief, resistance, and survival in a society that simultaneously criminalizes and mourns their sons? And then, in what ways do you think that these works reveal the dual identities that Black families must carry, being fully human in their private worlds while being rendered invisible, feared, and or stereotyped in the public gaze?
I think that's a good question. I believe that the double consciousness affects mothers greatly just because it seems like the greatest loss would be of a child. And I do believe that playing that role of extreme protector, but also, a loving mother is that double consciousness, knowing that your child could be killed for having a hanger or playing music too loud is um very riveting and unsettling. To piggyback off of that, your other question about um the double consciousness and how it's seen through, I think in both Alfonso and Radio Raheem, as an audience, you are able to see who they truly are as people and understand where they're coming from and know the people that they're around and the spaces that they're in that are not violent at all whatsoever. But it's the police who don't see that. They see them in that moment as a threat or a disturbance. And I think that double consciousness is shown through that, how you can be one person with your friends and family, but get in front of authority such as police and are simply dehumanized.
Mm, powerful. Thank you. Thank
Mhm.
you. Any other questions, comments? All right. Thank you so much. And anyone going once, going twice?
I had
Yeah,
a
I
really quick
was,
question.
yeah.
Oh, go ahead,
No,
Dr. Boyce Davies.
right. I love your work, Micah. That was really lovely. Very professionally done and nice.
Thank you.
I think what some people are also looking at, definitely from a feminist lens, is also like multiple consciousness or triple. That it's not just double anymore, that one can see, as you mentioned, with the mothers having also a whole other consciousness that they have to relate to. So that's
Hmm.
another opening up in the maybe going forward. Because double consciousness is Du Bois 1903, as we said earlier.
Hmm.
We're going into the future, so there are several more levels of operation that we need.
This is
But
true.
he was it's still foundational, but he did so that it's always the base we go back to, and then we build from that. So just trying to put that in your framework as well, if you don't mind. What do you think?
I think that's a good idea. I think, yeah, I should have included something along those lines. I do like your insight. Thank you.
Yeah, but not should have. I'm just adding.
Just added.
You did well, right?
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Boyce Davies. Dr. O'Donnell, I think you had a question
Yeah.
also.
Kind of in the vein of what Dr. Boyce Davies had said, I was curious from your perspective going back to the idea of the kind of erasure in the public eye of the full moral personhood. Do you see that applying to the mothers in these texts, both as individuals and in their roles in their community and in their families?
I would say to an extent, yes. I feel like definitely when at the beginning, when a child or just a Black person in general is initially, murdered, killed, whatever, I think a mother is seen more as a spectacle than a true griever or, someone who is truly just cannot function because their child is gone. I feel like it's definitely seen as like, a push towards something because both of these mothers' grief was cultivated into movement. So, it is positive towards the end, but people definitely take it a certain way when it first arises. That's what I feel.
Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Boyce Davies and Dr. O'Donnell, for those very insightful, critical questions. That definitely, I know for you, uh, Micah, that perhaps you'll be able to expand it even more. And who knows, it may even qualify to be recommended for a journal article. So thank you. All right. All right. So we'll go ahead and continue. And next we will circle back to Ajua. If you're ready now, Ajua. And if you need help, like if you want to add anything to the comment section for me to share, I can do that. But are you ready to present now, Ajua, on your multimodal research project on a comparative analysis of I Am Alfonso Jones and the Two Distant Strangers?
Yes, I think I've figured it out. I decided to join on my phone, but unfortunately, my camera isn't working,
That's okay.
everyone, but that picture is fairly accurate. Um, so I'm going to share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can present.
Yeah, good for you. Just if you can expand it a little bit.
Yeah. Can everyone see? It won't let me turn it to the side, but can everyone see?
So yeah, Joy, just keep going.
Okay. All
Mhm.
right. Um, well, good morning, everyone. Like I said earlier, my name is Ajwa Addo. I'm a freshman psychology major from Maryland. And for this presentation, I will be comparing the novel I Am Alfonso Jones to the film Two Distant Strangers on Netflix. And between these two, I will be discussing the themes of police brutality and systemic racism. So, police brutality is the unjust and violent use of force by police on civilians, and these actions are always unnecessary and avoidable. And systemic racism is the deeply rooted racial injustice and discrimination in legal institutions, policing systems, the criminal justice system, housing, education, healthcare, and more. And it's also embedded into our social spaces, such as the workplace, schools, and even in our social norms. So if you've never watched the movie Two Distant Strangers, it's only about 30 minutes, which is interestingly short, but it accomplishes a lot in that time. I would definitely recommend it. But if you haven't watched it, it takes place in modern day New York City. The main character that you see on the screen in yellow, his name is Carter, and he's caught in this unfortunately endless time loop. He gets killed by this police officer every time he goes through his day. And each time he tries to change his actions, but he is always shot and killed, and he's unsuccessful no matter what he changes. The police officer seems to have a problem with his backpack and always thinks that he has a weapon in there. He tries to leave it, but that still doesn't work. So that's about the premise of the movie. I wanted to play a video. I'm not sure if it'll work. It does not. Um, Hopefully I can circle back and find a way, but that video shows basically that time loop. Um, so in terms of systemic racism and police brutality, both I Am Alfonso Jones and Two Distant Strangers share very similar aspects. As many of you know, Alfonso is innocently shopping for a suit, and his hanger is mistaken for a weapon, supposedly, and is hastily shot by the officer. And in the movie Two Distant Strangers, Carter, in the very first death scene, his backpack is assumed to have weapons and or drugs, and he is choked to death by the officer. But since it is an endless time loop, in the rest of the death scenes, he is shot to death. Uh, in in each of these works, there is a lack of accountability on the part of the police officers and the policing systems. There isn't justice. Um, there is a lot of movement upon their deaths, but there isn't a lot of accountability. So, one thing that I decided to compare this to was the critical race theory by Derek Bell and Kimberly Crenshaw. So, the critical race theory ties into police brutality and systemic racism by showing that racism is built into the very structures and laws of society, not just the actions of a few individuals. It explains how legal systems like law enforcement were historically designed to protect certain groups while controlling or harming others, especially people of color. This theory helps us understand that police brutality is not simply discrimination from a few, but a reflection of deeper racial inequalities that have existed for generations and generations. And it also reveals how the justice system often excuses or minimizes violence against Black people, proving that racism operates on an institutional level, not just a personal one. So one source I decided to use is called Centering Race in Procedural Justice Theory, Structural Racist, Structural Racism, and the Under and Over Policing of Black Communities. This article is by Jackson J. and a bunch of other contributors. So, according to Jackson, structural racism in policing creates patterns of over policing and under policing in Black communities, which is clearly reflected in both I Am Alfonso Jones and Two Distant Strangers. So the article connects directly to I Am Alfonso Jones and Two Distant Strangers because it explains how structural racism in policing leads to both the over policing and under policing of Black communities. In I Am Alfonso Jones, Alfonso's death shows the danger of over policing and how the justice system fails to protect Black victims. And in Two Distant Strangers, the repeated police killing shows how the system treats Black people as threats no matter what they do, and which reflects the article's point that racism is built into policing practices, not just individual officers. Um, I think I will, looking at the time, I'll try and speed up unless, okay. And I also looked at this article. The name is right up there. The author is Ihim. And according to the author, systemic racism in policing creates patterns of over policing and under policing as well. So this article in I Am Alfonso Jones, it reflects I Am Alfonso Jones because in Alfonso's death, it reflects how the justice system fails to protect Black lives once again, and that violence against Black people continues even after the end of slavery and the Jim Crow laws. And in Two Distant Strangers, the repeated death shows how police violence is ongoing and normalized. Um, In this next article by the American Psychology Association, this highlights the invisibility of Black people's pain and humanity and is a key effect on systemic racism and is clearly reflected in both I'm Alfonso Jones and Two Distant Strangers. I think this point is very important. The APA article um, in I Am Alfonso Jones, his death and the lack of justice shows how his life becomes invisible within the legal system, This invisibility is also seen in deaths like Breonna Taylor and George Floyd, where they're viewed as victims and hashtags, and their personal anecdotes and stories aren't really seen or paid attention to. The same thing in Two Distant Strangers, the main character's repeated death highlights how the system ignores his humanity no matter how he acts. Um, okay, so in summary, I'm Alfonso Jones and Two Distant Strangers both show how police brutality and systemic racism impact Black lives. Through Alfonso's wrongful shooting and Carter's repeated deaths, each story exposes the deep-rooted racial bias in policing and the failure of the justice system to protect Black lives. Together, they highlight how racism operates beyond individual officers and is embedded in legal and social structures. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And also thank you, Dr. Akassi, so much for this opportunity.
Excellent, excellent. A round of applause as well for Ajua Adol. I think we have room for one, and I see that the author, Dr. Tony Medina, has entered the room as well. Dr. Tony Medina, author of I Am Alfonso Jones, welcome. Do you have a question or comment for Ajua, who presented, and earlier it was Micah Bell that compared Radio Raheem from Do the Right Thing and Emmett Till, and your book was also highbrow. Thank you for joining us. If you have a statement or comment you like to make, or you want to just continue to take it all in.
You mean me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm trying. I thought this was in person, so
No.
I was hauling my butt to campus.
Oh no. Sorry,
So
Dr.
I'm in Miss Brenda Douglas's office. She helped me get online.
Thank you, Miss
Um,
Douglas.
I
We
just
love you.
told her a minute ago. I said, I can't believe this is first year Howard students. They're so advanced. That
Oh,
was a great, fantastic paper presentation.
Absolutely, Tony Medina. I agree with you.
mhm.
Both of them superb. Yes.
And I didn't know about that. Was that a film called Two Distant Strangers?
Mhm.
Yes, it
Is that
is.
a film?
Yes, it's a movie.
Okay, so I jotted that down because I gotta check it out. Thanks.
It's
That's a
on
good
Netflix.
reference to
Yeah.
have. All right, wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here with us, Dr. Medina. Uh,
Thank you.
my pleasure. We're going to squeeze in Kennedy Love now, Racial Injustice and Identity, a comparative analysis of I Am Alfonso Jones and Emmett Till. You have the floor. Is Kennedy Love here with us?
Yes, I'm here. Good
Okay.
morning.
Good morning. Are you able to click on your video?
Um, I should be able to.
Okay. And you may begin. You should have access to share screen too, Kennedy.
While she's doing that, I just want to echo Dr. Medina's point. This is such a lovely opportunity to listen to the next generation of scholars.
Mhm.
It is.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Okay, we can see it. We can see it, Kennedy.
All right. Um,
Did you share volume if you have sound? Click those
um,
two little white boxes to the right. Maybe unshare. Click the two little boxes to the right and then share again.
could you not hear it the first time?
Click play. I don't think you hit play. Yeah, well, yeah, you need to unshare, click those two little white boxes to the right, and then click share. Okay, then try to share it now after you click those two white boxes, Kennedy. Okay, now press play.
Hey everyone, I'm Kennedy, and my multimodal project explores the connection between racial injustice and identity in I'm Alfonso Jones and the film Till. Both stories portray how racial violence can strip away identity, but also how remembrance, resistance, and community can restore it. Through both of these works, I examine how Black identity endures even in the face of injustice. About I Am Alfonso Jones. I Am Alfonso Jones tells a story of a young Black teenager who was unjustly shot by a police officer while shopping for a suit. After his death, Alfonso's spirit rides in the subway filled with other victims of racial violence. The novel blends art and activism, showing how storytelling becomes a voice for the silenced. Tony Medina uses this narrative to honor lives lost to systemic racism and to question why justice is so often denied. And about the movie Till. The film Till focuses on Mamie Till Mobley, the mother of Emmett Till, whose 1955 lynching shocked the world. What makes this film so powerful is how Mamie transformed unimaginable pain into purpose. By holding an open casket funeral and showing her son's body to the world, she forces America to confront its cruelty. The director direction captures this balance between trauma and dignity, reminding viewers that identity can be reclaimed through courage. And then the shared theme, which is racial injustice and identity, both works reveal how racist injustice erases identity, reducing Black lives to stereotypes or statistics. Yet they also highlight resilience, showing how remembrance and storytelling preserve humanity. Whether through Alfonso's ghostly narration or Mamie Till's public mourning, both narratives transform loss into legacy. Their pain becomes protest, and their stories redefine what it means to be seen. Critical race theory. To analyze these texts, I used the critical race theory developed by Kimberly Crenshaw and Derek Bell. The critical race theory argues that racism isn't just individual prejudice, it's systemic, woven into the fabric of law, media, and culture. Crenshaw's concept of intersectionality shows how overlapping systems of oppression like race and gender and class shape people's lived realities. This framework allows us to see how both Till and I'm Alfonso Jones reveal the deep roots of systemic racism. In each story, institutions, whether the legal system, police, or media, fail to value the Black life. Critical race theory helps us to understand that these failures aren't accidental. They're just a result of structures built to maintain inequality. All right, now I will be applying the critical race theory to Till. Until the courtroom scenes show how justice is denied through racial bias. Emmett Till's murderers are acquitted despite clear evidence of their guilt, a reflection of how the law protects whiteness. At the time, Mamie Till Mobley's courage represents intersectionality in action. As a Black woman and a grieving mother, she faces both racial and gender oppression, yet her voice becomes a tool for change. By choosing to show her son's body to the world, Mamie reclaims the power to define his identity, refusing to let the system silence her or rewrite the truth. Now I will be applying the critical race theory to I Am Alfonso Jones. In I Am Alfonso Jones, Tony Medina also critiques systemic racism, especially police brutality, and the media's tendencies to dehumanize Black victims. Alfonso's death mirrors the countless real-life cases where young Black men are killed without accountability. The ghost train he rides represents a collective Black memory, a chain of stories that span generations of injustice. This connects directly to Derek Bell's idea that racism is a permanent condition in America's legal system and social system. Yet Medina offers hope through solidarity and remembrance, showing that the identity survives through storytelling and community action. All right, scholarly framework and supporting sources. In this section, I connect my analysis to key scholars and credible sources that deepen our understanding of racial injustice and identity. In Kimberly Crenshaw's Mapping the Margins introduces critical race theory and intersectionality, explaining how overlapping systems of oppression shape people's experience. Her work helps frame Mamie Till's dual struggle as a Black person and a woman challenging a racist system. Derek Bell's Faces at the Bottom of the Well argues that racism is a permanent feature of American life, not an occasional problem. His ideas echo through both stories where injustice recurs despite generations of resistance. W.E.B. Du Bois, The Souls of Black Folk, bring in the concept of double consciousness, the feeling of living between two identities. This appears in both works where characters must navigate how they see themselves versus how society sees them. And in the CNN article, How the Filmmakers Behind Till Depicted Black Trauma Without Showing Violence, shows how storytelling can honor victims and dignity, avoiding sensationalism while censoring emotional truth. The Amnesty International Racial Justice Report connects historical racial oppression to global human rights movement, proving that these themes still resonate in today's fight for equality. Together, these scholarly sources provide the intellectual foundation for my project, linking theory, art, and real-world activism to show the racial injustice and identity are deeply intertwined. Reclaiming identity through resistance. Both creators, Tony Medina and Chinyoye Chukwu, use their art as activism. Their works challenge silence by forcing audience to confront uncomfortable truths. Till and I Am Alfonso Jones reminds us that remembrance is a form of resistance. That telling a story is how identity is reclaimed. Even in death, Black identity becomes a force for change and a demand for justice. Reflection and my takeaway. Working on this project helped me see racial injustice and identity reflect one another like mirrors. Each story taught me that identity isn't something given, it's something that we reclaim through truth, community, and courage. By applying the critical race theory, I understand that these patterns of injustice are not isolated, they are built into our system. Yet, through voices like Mamie Tills and Alfonso Jones, we also see the power of remembrance, the way storytelling turns pain into purpose. As Mamie Till once said, the world saw my son's face, and that changed everything. Her bravery, like Alfonso's story, reminds us that justice begins with being seen, and that identity, when reclaimed, becomes a form of power that can never be erased. I want to thank you for listening to my presentation. And as Edgar Degas said, art is not what you see, but what you make others see.
Beautiful. Let's give a round of applause. Wonderful. I know we're a little over, but I think we can take a few minutes. Do we have a question or comment for Kennedy and her presentation? Powerful. Powerful. Well, Kennedy, I'd like to ask you, for your research, you did a multimodal project for this as opposed to a formal research paper. What are your thoughts about that? Do you think you would have had the same impact or convey message for your target audience in the traditional research paper as opposed to the multimodal project, or vice versa? What are your thoughts about this way of conducting your research and presenting it through the multimodal medium?
I think I'm able to
be able to showcase my creativity, as like I feel like I'm not very creative. So me being able to do the multimodal project, I feel like I'm able to um expand on what I'm saying as far as like visibly um I don't know, just being able to like express myself, because in a research paper it's words on a paper, but I don't feel like it's like, I don't know. I just feel like I'm able to express myself way better if I'm doing like a visible project.
Awesome. And how did Dr. Medina's I am Alfonso Jones? So, we mixed it up a little bit for first year writing by having this powerful graphic novel. And as you know, Tony Medina is in here. He's listening, the author. Um, can you share perhaps how I am Alfonso Jones spoke to you or resonated with you? Um, in the class and beyond and through your research? I think you're on mute.
Okay. Um, I think it definitely did speak to me through this project, because it allowed me to analyze the book more than just initially reading it. Um, and then also me just being well, I'm 19, but I'm still a teenager technically, and I feel like it just kind of resonates with me because I'm a black teenager, and also like I just see a lot that's going on as far as just being black and young and just being like stereotyped, and yeah, I feel like that's just how it resonates with me.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Round of applause. Thank you so much. And we have one more presenter before we get ready to go into the 10 o'clock session. Thank you. We have Aya Wiley and a re-examination of I am Alfonso Jones and the effects of post-traumatic slave syndrome. Aya, if you're with us, you have the floor now. Do we have Aya with us? Aya Wiley. Okay, if not,
Wait, are you saying Asia?
pardon me, Asia. I'm sorry. Yes, Asia Wiley. I apologize. I will correct that in the program. Asia Wiley, you have the floor now for your presentation on I am Alfonso Jones and post-traumatic slave syndrome.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up 1 second.
Thank you.
Did you see the screen?
It's loading. Yes, I see it now. Did you click those two little white boxes to the right before you share it so you can share volume if you have volume, Asia?
I don't have volume.
Okay, cool. All right. You have the floor.
I'm trying to present full screen. Hi, my name is Asia Wiley. I'm a psych major from Chicago, Illinois, and I did my project through the framework of Dr. Joy DeGard, who did post-traumatic slave syndrome. Okay, so the table of contents consists of the introduction, and I made different little like collages slash flyers of what I kind of perceived the story as, and I did analysis with both books, and then I used 3 outside sources from Google Scholar. Okay, so so when I was talking about the different collages, it's basically how I seen the story, and through the story, I seen a lot of ancestral veneration, which is basically like the memory of like honoring your ancestors of like who came before you and kind of honoring that. And I am Alfonso Jones, you see it a lot, even when they're telling like how he was born, and who assisted, and then how he becomes an ancestor. And this is the collage I have for the first one. I don't know if it's playing or not. I don't know why it's not playing. Is it playing? Dr. Akassi, could you see the
Yes, it looked
It's
like it's
playing.
loading. I
Okay.
saw it and now it looks like it's loading. Mhm. Does it have sound to it?
No, it don't have sound. It's just the
Okay.
video.
Okay.
I don't know why it's not playing.
Look like it's still trying to load. Okay. All right. I see the visual again.
Okay, well this is the visual, but it's basically like a I don't it was a time lapse of me like placing like the different, but since it's not playing, I just kind of explain
Hmm.
it individually. So I have the Puerto Rican flag because he's Afro Latino. Well, Afro Latino, and then I have the South Bronx because it's because like of New York, and then like the ancestor with the all white on representing like purity and the ancestor like his grandma and everything like that, and then I have like an altar here because the story kind of reminded me of like altars or ancestral veneration, and then I compared it to The Last White Man, which is essentially a novel about this guy who turns like brown, and everybody around him is turning they're all turning brown, and like his dad is the last white man, and he kind of has to like live his life as like a brown skinned man, and he sees like the world through these different lenses and everything like that. But in the book he's not noted as like a black man. They're very like they emphasize the fact that he's not a black man, but he's a brown man. And I did this because not only was Alfonso Jones um like a little like black boy, he was also a Hispanic as well. So I did that for like the connection of the intersectionality. And this is kind of like the collage I have. Both of these stories take place in the context of 2017 and 2016 was like heavy Black Lives Matter movement protests and things of that sort. Okay, so and then this is the collage I made that captures both stories. So then you have the liberation starts here, and I kind of put that down because of the Soul Train, where he's like using that moment to like liberate other victims who have also passed from gun violence, and then everyone is in white to represent a collective, and then the Black Lives Matter and the justice scale, just meaning that they both took place in the context of the world that was like at war with one another. Okay, so this is a summary of Alfonso Jones. Oh, I cannot read it because the thing is, 1 second, let me move the thing. Okay, so it says, I am Alfonso Jones uses spirituality as a bridge between life and death, justice and remembrance. After Alfonso is killed, his spirit travels through a ghostly train filled with other victims of racial violence, symbolizing an ancestral realm where souls share stories about and demand to be remembered. This spiritual journey mirrors African diasporic beliefs about ancestors guiding the living and the dead coexisting in one world. Alfonso's spirit doesn't rest, he becomes a witness, a messenger, and a symbol of a collective reawakening. Additionally, the novel transforms his death into a spiritual resistance, showing that even in tragedy, Black spirits rise to speak truth, connect, and demand justice beyond the 3D. Um, so with this, basically just me explaining like how I kind of view the story, which I already kind of talked about how I view it through a spiritual lens because I feel like it was more spiritual than physical, and that's why I chose the post-traumatic slave syndrome framework. Okay, and then this is analysis of The Last White Man. In The Last White Man by Mohsin Hamid, spirituality plays a subtle but powerful role in exploring transformation and human connection. When the main character, Anders, wake up to find his skin has turned dark. The change forces him to and others to confront the illusion of racial identity. Spirituality, this transformation symbolizes death and rebirth. The depth of an old self and the reawakening of a more collective spirit, the novel quiets, almost dreamlike tone mirrors mediation and transcendence, suggesting that true change happens when people let go of fear in their ego. Additionally, when people begin to change, society undergoes a spiritual cleansing, painful but necessary, pointing towards a future where humanity can see beyond just race. Okay, so this is the analysis of both The Last White Man and I Am Alfonso Jones. In both, I Am Alfonso Jones and The Last White Man explores transformation through the lenses of collective versus individual experiences. In The Last White Man, when when thought of the darkening of people's skins becomes a widespread phenomenon, Anders experiences it in isolation, navigating his fear and confusion alone, like which kind of focuses on the individuality thing. And Alfonso's spiritual journeys after his death is guided by a collective of ancestral spirits who help him understand his place within a larger history of racial injustice. This difference reflects how Hamed uses surrealism to explore his inner identity, while Tony Medina grounds his in realism and communal memory, and ancestral connection. Both stories also engage with intersectionality. Ender's transformation to a darker skinned man exposes the societal weight of colorism, while Alfonso's Afro Latino identity connects racial and cultural struggles together. They both reveal how transformation, whether it's spiritual or physical, can expose both the personal and the collective dimensions of race and belonging. Of race and belonging. So, basically so many words, like how I touched on the intersectionality thing, how I used the last white man, because although he was still experiencing like colorism or like it was still like prejudice, so I kind of connected it using that. And also how like they both use like individuality versus collective, and then also although that it started with and I also it started with him individually getting shot, he kind of moved the collective as they kind of go through his death. So the application of theory. Applying Dr. Joy DeGory's theory of post-traumatic slave syndrome to I Am Alfonso Jones reveals how generational trauma and it is inherited ooh, how in generational I'm sorry, excuse me, how generational trauma and inherited injustice shape Alfonso's stories. DeGory's theory, rooted in science of epigenetics, suggests that psychological and emotional wounds of slavery are passed down through generations, influencing behaviors, fears, and identity among Black communities. Today, in the novel, Alfonso Jones is not just an isolated act of violence, but is an invisible curse of injustice that has followed his family for generations. The spirits that guide him in the afterlife embody this inherited pain, connecting his personal tragedy to centuries of racial trauma. Through the lens, I Am Alfonso. Alfonso's journey becomes more than one boy's story. It becomes a symbol of reckoning with ancestral suffering and ongoing legacy of systemic oppression. So, in the story, we see that not only is his dad like wrongfully incarcerated, something also happens to his. Oh wait, do I just say later? Not so. Oh, something popped up on the screen. I'm sorry, but not only is like his dad wrongfully incarcerated, something also happens to like his grandmother, and then they kind of talk about like this invisible. They kind of allude this invisible string of like wrongfully like justice that's happening within the family. So that's kind of why connected to the post-traumatic slave syndrome, which basically means like we kind of struggle, but we kind of carry those same struggles and like conflict in our like in our genetic, and it's scientifically proven. Okay, so my first source was through Emily's Cohen, which I don't have to read this slide, kind of just explain it. So in her source, she's talking about the story of the Holocaust and how telling stories is how she kind of heals from the inherited trauma. And then she argues that it reduces like pain and it helps kind of confront that oppression and silence. And it connects to I Am Alfonso Jones, where Alfonso's story becomes a form of a collective remembrance and healing through the spirits who share their own stories of injustice. The novel transforms trauma into testimony, emphasizing how the act of storytelling links generations and preserves cultural memory. By allowing Alfonso to witness and retell the experiences of those before him, Tony Medina not only honors ancestral voices, but also uses the narrative as a spiritual and emotional bridge towards generational healing. Okay, so my second source basically talks about more of like ancestral veneration and kind of gives you a background of that. My framework also draws on Mallory's Vendo's Honoring Your Ancestors, a guide to ancestral veneration, and Jacqueline Marshall's work on ancestral memory and spiritual continuity. Vandos it emphasizes the importance of acknowledging and maintaining relationships with one's ancestors as a mean of grounding identity, healing generational wounds, and understanding the present through the wisdom of the past. This idea parallels Alfonso's spiritual journey, where ancestral spirits guide him through his transition, connecting his death to a larger family lineage of resistance and remembrance. Similarly, Marshall's insights on ancestral memory emphasizes how cultural practices and stories preserve the emotional truth of those who have like which came before us. I don't know why it's cut off at the end, I'm sorry. But in so many words, it's saying like that the grandma was able to like guide him through his death and he was able to witness it because she has experienced injustice as well, is using the past to like guide us through the future. Okay, and this is my last source, um, which talks about epigenetics and how it's connected to the Black diaspora. Okay, so it extends the discussion of generational trauma by connecting psychological and social stresses to biological inheritance. He explains that chronic exposure to racism and inequality can change gene expression, producing intergenerational cycles of stress, illness, and vulnerability in Black communities, which is kind of what Dr. Dugard was like initial point is that like post-traumatic slave syndrome is basically saying like that even though it was been so long ago and it doesn't affect us like directly, it's always going to affect us because of like the psychological stress and the pain that we had to go through initially. This scientific lens fits the theme in I Am Alfonso Jones, where Alfonso death reflects the cumulative weight of historical and systemic oppression. Here, the invisible curse that follows his family's strands for stands for epigenetic memory, the way trauma way, the way trauma endures in the body and is passed through generations. Medina uses of ancestral spirits mirror this understanding of inherited pain, making Alfonso journey both biological and spiritual as it shows how injustice shapes identity and survival. Thank you. Any questions?
Wow. Let's give a round of applause to our final presenter. Powerful. Any questions or comments? One question or comment, two questions or comments. You can just unmute if you like. I really like how you apply post-traumatic slave syndrome to it and showed this vicious cycle and how it can even go from in the DNA is so powerful. We think about like the increase of even today, so many of us suffering from depression, anxiety, high blood pressure, diabetes, and the list goes on. And knowing that that stress, it's a cycle, it's in the DNA now, going all the way back to our ancestors, all the way back to the 19th century. And here we are in 2025 wondering, why am I suffering from anxiety or depression or so forth? So I thank you for sharing this with us, taking a deep dive, talk about uh, implementing STEM into the mix. So thank you for that. I just wanted to
I
comment.
have a question or request.
Yay, Dr. Medina, the author. Yes.
I really, I want to know, those were your original collage works?
Yeah, so I use an app called Shuffles on Pinterest. It is basically like you kind of just take like the pictures of the internet and then you kind of just make the collage or whatever you want. I kind of like making collages, but I kind of call it a flyer. But yeah, that's kind of how I seen the
I,
story and I made it like that.
I was really moved by that. Can you just briefly talk about your collage work, your practice, and how you applied it to aspects of an analyzing this text and also the last white man on earth?
Yeah, so in high school I used to do a lot of collage work and it's basically like just taking because I can't draw or anything. But like I kind of got started because in high school I had to do it was a multimedia project similar to this, but it was like on different literary tests. It was for AP, like I think it was AP composition and literature, but I couldn't draw. But I could write and I could like make collages. So that's kind of what I did. So for I am Alfonso Jones, I kind of focus on the spiritual aspects. That's what stood out to me the most. Especially as like a fellow Caribbean who like is like spiritual too. So that I kind of seen that before I seen the story about like the Black Lives Matter thing. I kind of seen it as like changing the narrative, like not only represent like the narrative like, oh yeah, the police kill us, but also like learning from the past. So that's kind of why I made the framework, not the framework, but that's why I made the Pinterest collages, and it was more so like yeah, my view of the story. Because I feel like most people would have did it in like a set like 2017 like context way where they did it probably like more fires, or it would be more like more of the actual story, but I kind of did it in my perspective, if that makes sense.
What materials did you use?
So the app is called Shuffles, and it's like a app, and you can use it with Pinterest. I think it's only on the App Store. But it's called Shuffles, and it's kind of like a Pinterest like server thing, and you type up the picture that you want, and then you can like move it. But if the video was playing, it's kind of like a time lapse. Like you kind of see me put like
Try to pull it up one more time.
rearrange.
Try to pull it
Okay,
up one more time, Asia.
I'm gonna try one more time to
Yeah.
pull it
Thank
up.
you. Yeah, I didn't even know about that myself, Dr. Medina. That's
I love this approach to you know, doing a paper like that, you know, so it's nice.
Okay,
yeah,
I was able to pull it up, but I had to go to actual YouTube, so I'm gonna try to share my screen now.
awesome. Make sure you click those two little white boxes to the right that says share volume.
Oh, there's no volume.
Okay, cool beans. All
Yeah.
right.
Okay, I'm trying right now.
Okay, we got like 1 minute, yeah,
Okay,
before
so
we got to get ready to shift. Oh,
this is
nice.
the
Full screen it, Asia. Wow, that's powerful.
wait. Okay, I'm trying to full screen it. I think this is only how it. This is the only way I could do it because it's YouTube.
Yeah, we can see it. It's nice.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Can you share the link in the comment
Chat.
in the chat?
Yeah, I
Yeah, and
can.
then Medina and everybody can have access to it. Thank you
Yeah,
for sharing it on YouTube too.
of course. Okay, I'm gonna share the link now.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Wow. Any final questions or comments for Asia? Let's give a round of applause to the entire panel, multimodal research projects on I Am Alfonso Jones in comparison to the Black Lives Matter era and beyond. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining. We do need to get ready to shift gears. I do apologize, Dr. Mockler. We ran a little bit over, but I think we'll still be able to get in time for everyone else. We're in our cluster of 10 o'clock sessions now in ballroom, this ballroom C. Um, uh, we have moderator Jade Camoes and Jordan Dees Metley, Mariah Roney, Jake Kamoze, Juliana Queen, and Kelsey Martin Yeboah will be the panel is letters to the police and criminal justice department. This is in this ballroom right now, and I'm going to shuffle over to ballroom B, where the panel is also dealing with letters to the police and criminal justice department. Trinity, Brandon, Kingsley, Leanna, and Makina are in there, or those who are interested in ballroom A, Dr. O'Donnell is present moderating a panel also on letters to the police and the criminal justice system. So please make sure you pay attention to your programs and continue to enjoy. We have a 9 o'clock, a 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and the 12 o'clock panels running concurrently in ballrooms A, B, C, and D. So again, enjoy. Feel free to stay in this panel if you like. And I apologize again to those who are in this panel. I'm going to get ready to shift over to my panel now. But thanks again, everybody. And you can move in and out fluently throughout these ballrooms if you click breakout rooms at the bottom. Thank you again, everybody. Enjoy. Okay, I do apologize. Those who are supposed to be in ballroom B, our session is getting ready to start. We have Trinity, Braden, Kingsley, and Leilani. So we'll go ahead and get ready to start that here in just a moment. Just waiting on a few people to enter. Okay. Again, this is Ballroom B panel. Trinity Diamond, Briandon Gardner, Kingsley Apaya, Lindsay, pardon me, Liliana Zapata, and Makina Toden in the 10 o'clock session. Okay. All right. We're in Ballroom B. Okay. If I have any of my presenters here now, please join me now. Liliana should be in Ballroom B. Uh, Makina should also, let's see. All right. And we're just waiting on, thank you so much, Niall, for joining us and Shannon for joining us. We'll be starting up here in just a moment, just waiting for our presenters. And they should be joining us here shortly. I know I see Liliana. Okay. Hi, good morning, Liliana Zapata. Are you?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. I do apologize. We ran over in Ballroom C,
No,
but
you're okay.
yes, thank you. I'd like to welcome you. We're still missing Trinity, Bree, and Kinsley and McKenna. But in the meantime, I'd like to thank all of you for joining us in Ballroom B. You're more than welcome to stay with us, and we will begin our presentations now, and then we will have questions at the end. All right. So we'll go ahead and start now. So Liliana, I would like to go ahead and open the floor to you for your presentation on this panel, Letters to the Police and Criminal Justice System. You have the
Okay, let me share my essay.
floor. Okay. And give me one.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, and give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You have added fuel to the fire. Your work is beyond disappointing. Starting with the Exonerated Five, formerly known as the
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us. This is the main room, and I want to encourage all of you to go ahead and join into the different rooms. They're running concurrently. So you're more than welcome to go into ballrooms A, B, or C at this time. And you should have the program to see where the presentations are happening concurrently. Okay. So currently we in ballroom B, we have Liliana that's getting ready to present. So anyone in the main room, please navigate to rooms ballroom A, B, or C at this time. Okay. All right. And thank you again for joining us. Okay, thank you so much. Now, everyone, I bring to you Liliana Zapata. Thank you. You may begin.
Hello, everyone. My piece is called A Letter to the System. Dear Officer Whitten, I'm a student at the illustrious Howard University. I'm studying to become a dermatologist to help my community, a community that faces challenges every day, from discrimination in healthcare to basic human rights. I've told you who I am, but I'm now going to tell you who you are. You are the man who shot and killed an innocent young boy, all because he was changing his clothes. I bet you would agree with the chaos happening in our country right now and who the president is. I want to ask you a question. Was it worth it? Did you feel empowered killing a young Black boy? I want to know your thought process. Black people face systemic racism every day and lose their lives to the system. A system created by your people. A system that does not want to see Black people thrive. In this letter, Witten, I'm going to walk you through major police brutality incidents, and I'm going to show you how you and your counterparts' impulsive decisions to shoot innocent Black people have affected the community. I hope this may change your mind on your perception of Black people, but if it doesn't, that is okay, because we know who we are and we don't need the system's stamp of approval just to live. We are going to start at the scene of your crime, Alfonso Jones, a beloved and kind person in the community. Alfonso had a loving support system and cared for those around him. Although his father is in jail, which might I add, is also the fault of the system, he still loved Alfonso and showed up for him. Alfonso went to the mall to get a suit for the day his dad would get released from jail. He was a young kid with his friend at the mall, a common place where teenagers go to recklessly spend money and make memories. You, however, took that experience away from Alfonso and his friend, who witnessed him die before her eyes. Instead of the mall being a place where you recklessly spend money and make memories, it was a place where you recklessly killed a young Black boy and you traumatized the memories of a young girl. Now let us get into a history lesson. If you are reading this and you are not Officer Whitten and you are just an uneducated person who believes in these practices of killing innocent Black people, I urge you to keep reading. The first historical example I have for you is George Floyd. George Floyd was killed during an arrest where his neck was pushed on by an officer's knee. Can you imagine your neck having so much pressure on it that you can't breathe? George Floyd sparked an uproar in 2020, as I'm sure you and your counterparts have seen. George Floyd's death was hurtful to our community and caused an outcry. Thousands and thousands of people protested against police brutality, looking for some sort of change or solution. Protests happened every day, and it was one of the largest divisions in our country I have ever seen in my lifetime, along with millions dying from COVID-19. The Black community was grieving not only our loved ones dying from illness, but also from guns. The next and most relevant historical example I have for you is Tamir Rice. Tamir Rice was a 12-year-old boy who was fatally shot and killed because an officer saw him with a toy gun and assumed it was real immediately on arrival. This reminds me of your situation, Witten, where you didn't even try to communicate or de-escalate a situation. You assumed what was happening. What is unfortunate is that if it was a white person, there would be a negotiation or a put the gun down. But those two little boys didn't get to explain themselves. They were just shot. Those were children. Children and their innocence are supposed to be protected in this world. You took that away from them. The Black community is tired. We are tired. Aren't you tired? You and other officers like you have on your conscience that you killed a child. Doesn't that eat at you every day? I want to help you understand my perspective and the perspective of others in the Black community. I want you to understand that the same way you go through police training to be a cop, we go through police training to be a Black person in society. Our parents train us to put our hands on dashboard, no hoods, and be quiet. Do they train you guys to aim for the Black people in the crowd? Is your training of seeing hoods on us and being quiet a sign of gang violence? You and I are very different. You will never know or understand the feeling of hoping and praying your loved one doesn't get stopped by the cops. It is not because you don't have faith that they will follow the law, but because you are scared a hanger will be confused for a gun. We are exhausted, we are saddened, and we are grieving. We are grieving every day for futures that were lost at the hands of a gun. We are grieving the innocence of the children in our community. We are grieving loved ones. Don't you know what it means to grieve? Alfonso's legacy, George Floyd's legacy, Tamir Rice's legacy, and the dozens of young children and Black people who have been killed at the hands of the system will live on forever. The system needs to change. I call you to wake up and humanize us. We are human just like you. Understand that this letter isn't to destroy your character, but this is a call to action and a wake-up call to the system you work for. Thank you, guys.
Wow. Let's give a round of applause to Leilania. Powerful, powerful piece. Liliana Zepeda.
It's Zepeda, yes, ma'am.
Zepeda. Wow, thank you. So, what were your thoughts overall about reading the graphic novel I Am Alfonso Jones and actually being able to write a letter to the officer. What was the process and how were you feeling? Did it bring it to, even though it's a fictionalized graphic novel, but I like how you intertwine real life historical context to it. Can you share with us regarding your process of giving birth to this and how you were feeling throughout the process?
So basically, when I read the novel, I was really moved by considering that I read it in 2025 and it was written, I want to say a couple years ago prior to George Floyd. So seeing that, I was really shocked because history has not changed. And so this book was written prior on events that have already happened, like police brutality events. And so I figured to write to the officer, not only the officer, but also the system that produces officers like this and produces officers like this on an everyday basis. And so I think writing to the system was important and writing to the officer who did it was important because you're trying to connect with them on an empathetic level instead of connecting to them at more of a I'm talking to you instead of having a conversation with you. So I felt like my letter needed to be a conversation and try and pull that empathy and use that pathos and try and pull that empathy from him and also the system if like hypothetically if they were to read it. So that was my goal.
Very, very powerful. And what would you say ultimately, what do you hope the audience will take away from this powerful letter?
So my audience, my targeted audience was not only, like I said, the system and that officer, but also white people who are just uneducated or white people that had a sense of they wanted to protest in 2020 and all that, but they stopped doing that after 2020. It just felt very performative. So that was also to them and also the Black community in general. My audience kind of was very widespread because I wanted everyone to take away different pieces from it. I wanted the Black community to feel empowered, but I also wanted the white audience to feel like maybe I need to use my privilege to help continue to make a change. And also the systemic racism, I wanted them to see that and be like, this is a problem. We can see firsthand how this is affecting the community, not only fictionally, but also in real life. That's why I wanted to have real life, real world examples within my essay to also help amplify the voices of the Black community.
Powerful, powerful.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Any others? Wow. Well, thank you so much for your powerful presentation. We have about 14 minutes left before the next session starts. The next panel starts up. Our next panels, remember they're running concurrently. So our next panel will run from 11 to 12. And then this ballroom B, actually, I'll be here in ballroom B as well, it looks like. Um, and so in ballroom B, this panel will focus in on toxic masculinity and Black feminism. So Lindsay Ponder, Jasmine Vaughn, Niall Randolph, and Lena Hamilton will be presenting and this session at 11 o'clock. But thank you again, Liliana, for your presentation. And I commend you for taking this step, the very innovative as well to bring life to such a powerful graphic novel through a powerful letter. So thank you. And this concludes our panel. So we're going to get ready to, you can take a break and come back in at 11, or you can join ballrooms A or C at this time. All right. But thanks again. And
Thank you so much.
my pleasure. Okay. And question, are you all able to easily navigate in and out? Is there like a box that shows you the different breakout rooms that you can go into?
For me, no, it only just showed like to join one. It
Click on
didn't.
Click on breakout rooms. Do you see like a little box at the bottom?
Now it does. Before it wasn't showing me.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
My pleasure. Okay. See you soon. I'm going to another one now. Let's see.
You too can be released from the reality you've been misled into believing and see how generations of prejudice and institutions that protect whites but disfavor blacks have contributed to the injustice we face today. Understanding the history and having accountability for your actions is the first step to change. I want you to know that your actions do not stand alone. They are only a small part of a large pattern that uproots and reveals the logical contradictions of America's justice system. It exposes the barrier built for whites to protect them against the consequences of crimes committed against black citizens. On the other hand, blacks are convicted and punished harshly for crimes they often didn't commit. Alphonse's father, being one of these cases, was falsely accused of murder and sentenced to 15 years in prison. His conviction parallels his son's death, as both are examples of wrongful punishment without proof or cause. The system claims to be a servant of all people, yet the pattern of injustice remains clear. An article published by NBC News reported that, according to a study by Mapping Police Violence, a non-profit organization that tracks police shootings, Black people, who account for just 13% of the population, accounted for 27% of those killed by police in 2021. This means people of color are twice as likely as white people to be killed by law enforcement. Also, fewer than 3% of killings by police result in officers being charged with a crime, according to the police violence report 2024. Till this day, white officers are still protected by the justice system and the white community, which highlights the contradiction and corruption in it. Relatedly, you are protected and defended by your fellow officers and the white community when they were interviewed by the press, minimizing the significance of Alphonse's death to maximize your public relations. Danny Smith wrote in his poem entitled, Dear White America, I've left Earth to find a place where my kin can be safe. Black people shouldn't need another planet to feel secure and without fear of police brutality. However, the data suggests the justice system still treats the safety of blacks as unimportant and an afterthought. You became both a participant and a symbol of this very system, a system that values your protection over our pain and justice. Though my experiences may not be as devastating as Alfonso's, I'm writing this letter from a place of relatability, as I too have faced racial prejudice. I have been stopped by law enforcement for no reason other than the color of my skin. My car has been searched, my dignity questioned, and my body handled with unwarranted aggression by these officers. Beyond my own experiences, I'm an active member of the organization Color of Change, where the Black community unites to hold law enforcement accountable for systematic injustice. Through my participation, I have learned the importance of using my voice for change rather than succumbing to the pressures of discrimination and injustice. Combining my personal experiences with the likes of established authors James Baldwin, who was an active member in the civil rights movement, and Danny Smith, who founded the Dark Noise Collective, I hope to convey that this isn't just an isolated incident, but is part of a recurring struggle as a Black man in America. I write using not only my voice, but the words and thoughts of the broader Black community. I write with this in mind, to give weight and credibility to the concerns I raise for you and white America in this letter. As I conclude this letter to you, Officer Whitson, I urge you to reflect on the choices you've made and the consequences of your actions. I hope Alphonse's death, paired with this letter, helps you to see the issue surrounding racial prejudice and alienation of Black people. Systematic injustice and hypocrisy run rampant in a land of the supposed free. The wrongful punishment of Alphonse, his family members, and the Black community is not an isolated incident, but is part of a recurring pattern rooted in the reality proposed by white America. How many more lives will you and your comrades take before Blacks are treated as equals rather than a minority? I hope my experiences, the experience of James Baldwin and Danny Smith, and your experience with the Jones family give you an insight into the fear and emotional trauma we go through being Black in a white man's country. May this letter serve as a reminder that our lives and humanity deserve justice and protection. As these truths confront you and your comrades who have committed these wrongs, I hope you begin to repent and take responsibility for your actions. With concern and hope, Jate Kamosi. Thank you.
Thank you, Jade. Since you are the moderator for the panel, I will take over for a moment and just ask if anyone has any questions or comments. It was a really strong letter that you wrote to Officer Whitson. Any questions, comments?
Yeah.
I,
Well, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just going to commend you and say that was a very poignant yet powerful letter. And I thank you for making personal connections because I think that is so important with research to know that this is bigger than us. I am because we are. So I thank you for sharing that into the those intimate moments and how it connected to poignant incidents that have happened in your life in connection with I am Alfonso Jones. And I think definitely even the powerful title, I am Alfonso Jones, during the Black Lives Matter movement, we would say, I am Trayvon Martin, I am Alfonso Jones, I am. Their suffering and pain is our suffering and pain. So I thank you for sharing that. Very powerful.
Yes. I just wanted to say that quote. I don't know. Was it from the grandfather that said, "You can run on the court or on the field,
Mm.
but God forbid you run from the police"? Was that from the grandfather?
Yes, from the grandfather.
Yeah. Okay. And Dr. Medina, I need to get your book, man. I'm gonna get it. I promise you.
Thank you. I really appreciate the epistolary approach to engaging with the text and the characters. Really great idea.
Yeah, yeah, but that really hit me because it seems like these days that's the only place where non-black folks feel comfortable watching black folks run on a court or on a field. And it
Mhm.
just really resonated with me as being a sports journalist myself, as well as a former athlete and former youth sports coach. It just really, really hit me in the lessons I would try to impart to when I was coaching to my athletes as to how to conduct themselves or how they, trying to stay out of trouble when they left the court or what have you. And yeah, I just wanted to say that when you said that, that just really, I was like, whoa, yeah, that was a heck of a quote. So that was a really good essay. It really captured my attention, and kudos to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments for Jade? Since I did want to mention that poem is one of my favorite that he referenced in his essay. Is by Danae Smith. If you're not familiar with it, it's called "Dear White America," and it's all of he has to the narrator, the speaker in the poem has to leave Earth because he just can't find a place for Black America. And it's really powerful poem. And we read it in our class, in the 102 class, on the first day of class, and sort of discuss it throughout. And then toward the end of the semester, we're starting to talk about Afrofuturism, where we're going to sometimes other planets. So it really ties in very nicely. But so I appreciate that he referenced that in his essay. And he is the moderator for this panel. So I will turn it back over to him, Jate.
Okay, all right. So our next presenter is Juliana Queen. So whenever you're ready, Juliana.
So the title of my essay was A Letter of Accountability. I wrote to Officer Whitson. It says, Dear Officer Woodson, my name is Juliana Queen, and I am an English student at Howard University. I'm writing this 8 years after the incident between you and Alfonso Jones. I'm writing to you not out of a place of anger, but out of hope for a positive outcome from this tragedy that has taken place at your hands. Despite the fact that justice may never be served for Alfonso Jones, I believe there's still a chance for you to make things right for future Black people you may encounter out in the forest. Alfonso's death reminds us, all of us, how one small misjudgment or moment of weakness can lead to decisions that change the course of life for everyone involved. My goal in writing this to you is to offer advice that takes into consideration accountability, empathy, and awareness, even in something as simple as daily interactions. I can see how hard you tried.
Welcome to all of you who have joined. This is the main breakout room. And so if you click on breakout rooms at the bottom of your screen, you'll be able to go into breakout rooms A, B, or C at this time. The program for the program, there should be an attachment so that you can see the breakout rooms and the presentations are running concurrently. Um, I will go ahead if you like and share the link to the program for those who may not have the program. But again, this is the main room. Welcome everyone who's joining us for the Student Symposium research. I do have the link to the program booklet. The digital program booklet is in chat. And at the bottom, if you click on breakout rooms, you can go freely into ballrooms A, B, or C, depending on which panel you want to listen to. But again, welcome. And if you like, I can also physically invite you or move you to a room as well if you're having trouble trying to get into ballrooms A, B, or C. At 12 o'clock, Ballroom D will also open. And thank you so much, Professor Ono. I see you've joined us as well. Welcome. Feel free again at the bottom of the screen, breakout rooms. You can go into the concurrent sessions that are going on simultaneously. And in the chat, you'll see the link to the digital program. We are finishing up the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock sessions, and we're getting ready to go into the 11 o'clock sessions. Let me just share with you.
Dr. Kazi, just one quick question. I have a student who's gonna probably be a little bit late because his chemistry class is running a little long. Will you be able to add him to that breakout room? I believe he's in ballroom A.
He should be able to go
Okay.
into it himself.
Okay.
Yeah, just tell him to click on breakout rooms, and he should be able to go into it himself. Uh,
Okay.
and I can pull up the screen really quickly so you all
Hmm.
can see. Again, everybody, you're in the main ballroom right now. No sessions take place in this main ballroom. At the bottom of your screen, you can click breakout rooms and choose which breakouts you want to go in. It is 11 o'clock, so now the following panels will run concurrently. If you're interested in Ballroom A will focus the panel is honoring ancestors and recognizing the afterlife, moderated by Essence Fowler, Aubrey Morrison, Essence Fowler, Nigel Shoyoy, Benjamin Stone II, and Alexander Terrain will be presenting in Ballroom A. So if you're part of that group, you can go to Ballroom A now by clicking on Breakout Rooms box at the bottom of your screen, and you can go into that room now. If you're part of the audience and you're interested in that ballroom, you can also go into Ballroom A. And Ballroom B, I am the moderator, Dr. Akassi. I'm getting ready to hop in there as soon as I finish welcoming all of you here in this main room. My panel is Toxic Masculinity and Black Feminism. Lindsay Ponder, Jasmine Vaughn, Now Randolph, and Lena Hamilton will be in that session. So again, click on breakout rooms at the bottom of the screen, and you can decide which ballroom you're going into. Ballroom C, what's going on? Moderator Dr. Ono Mashed, and Ryan Whitting Williams, Layla Kadirmian, Evelyn Abisi, Michaela Dupree, and Glenn Keifel will be presenting in there. And finally, Ballroom D. Panel What's Going On Part 2. Moderator Dr. Ashley Plack O'Donnell. We have Rocky Boyer, Graham Lathan, Chantel Francis, and Asir Davis will be presenting in there. So again, please go into click on breakout rooms box at the bottom of your screen and decide which ballroom you want to go into during our 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock panels now. Thank you so much, everyone, and enjoy. I'm getting ready to go back into ballroom B because I have to moderate now. Yes, Graham Lathan, you have a question?
Hello. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so when you say go into breakout room,
Mm-hmm.
where is that on Canvas or
No, this is virtual. So look
so
down at
am I
the
already
bottom.
in the breakout room?
No, you're in the main room. So you want to scroll down to the bottom of your screen on Zoom. Do you see four boxes that say
On
breakout
Zoom?
rooms? Are
Scroll
you
down.
are you presenting now, Graham?
Yeah, I'm gonna present.
Okay, which are do you have your program? I'll look you up really quickly. Uh, do you know which if you have your program, just tell me which.
Yeah, you said I was in ballroom D.
All right, so
You
let me
you said
move.
my name.
All right, I'm moving you to D now. All right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Then I see one grandma. I don't know who grandma is. Um, grandma needs to be assigned, and I don't know who that is. I'm just gonna root to B. Okay, Jessica Stone, are you presenting at this time or are you part of the audience? Okay, welcome. Jessica Stone, welcome. If you're part of the audience, you can just click on the box that says breakout rooms and you can join any of those. If you're a presenter, join the breakout room that you're presenting in. Otherwise, you can go to rooms A, B, or C. Welcome. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for your patience. I was making sure everyone was able to get to the breakout rooms of their choice, either as presenters or part of the audience and topics that they're interested in. I am Dr. Monique L. Akassi. I'm the director of First Year Writing Program, and this panel is entitled Toxic Masculinity and Black Feminism. Today, we will be hearing from Lindsay Ponder, who will be presenting Blue Boys Don't Cry, exploring emotions and toxic Black masculinity in the movie Moonlight and the book Caribbean Spaces. Then we will hear from Jasmine Vaughn and her presentation, A Literary Analysis of the Black Feminist Statement. Then Niall Randolph will be presenting on This is What Power Looks Like, One Battle After Another, Caribbean Spaces, and Black Women's Sexuality. And then finally, Lena Hamilton on Education, the Achilles heel of Trump's America. All right, so at this time, I am going to go with who I see in the room. So I would like to begin, if I may, with Niall Randolph. Niall Randolph, if you're ready to present This is What Power Looks Like, One Battle After Another, Caribbean Spaces, and Black Women's Sexuality, let's give a round of applause. And you have the floor now. And feel free to share screen if you need to as well.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Niall Randolph. I am a freshman advertising major
from PG County, Maryland, and this is my paper. This is what power looks like, one battle after another, Caribbean spaces, and Black women's sexuality.
Excuse me, Niall. I'm sorry. Are you able to flip your screen? Your turn like this? Okay, there you go. Okay, and if you could just repeat yourself one more time.
Yes, okay. Sorry about that. Thank you. Hi, my name is Niall Randolph. I am a freshman advertising major from PG County, Maryland, and this is the paper I wrote for English 104 called This is What Power Looks Like, One Battle After Another, Caribbean Spaces, and Black Women's Sexuality. Acclaimed filmmaker Paul Thomas Anderson's newest movie, One Battle After Another, has been the subject of skepticism from Black moviegoers since the release of its first few trailers. In the greater context of how white filmmakers have historically portrayed their Black main characters and Blackness as a whole, this skepticism is valid. However, this justified defensiveness towards how Black people, especially Black women, are portrayed in film can distract from just how nuanced the Black women in One Battle After Another are, and how Anderson expertly positions them in both context and defiance of the centuries of white supremacist patriarchal oppression that created the stereotypes we see today, without contributing to them. One Battle After Another empowers its Black women characters beyond traditional stereotypes by allowing them to be both independent and imperfect, creating relevant commentary on how Black women's sexuality is viewed in the modern era. The major stereotypical portrayals of Black women in the modern media take many forms, the Mammy, Sapphire, and Jezebel, to name the most popular, and all come directly from caricatures developed from slavery and white supremacy. The Mammy completely desexualizes Black women and positions them as directly dependent on and dedicated to serving white families. The Sapphire, or the angry Black woman, allows Black women to lash out and sass white authority without truly accomplishing any changes to the power structure that angers her in the first place, and uses the acceptance of that sassiness implied that slavery and segregation were not overly oppressive. The Jezebel portrays Black women as inherently promiscuous beings who force white men to engage in sexual relationships with them by casting a kind of seductive spell on them. This spell consisting of nothing but their Blackness and their womanhood, of course. All three of these caricatures are widely considered harmful to and by Black women, and yet very few Black women on our TV screens and in our movie theaters exist outside of them. However, the apprehension towards these portrayals can lead to the quick judgment of any Black women in media who has some imperfections or moral failings, including the three main Black women in One Battle After Another. One major criticism of One Battle After Another's portrayal of Black women is that the character Perfidia Beverly Hills is a Jezebel. Played by Tiana Taylor, Perfidia has relationships with two white men, Bob Ferguson, also known as Ghetto Pat, played by Leonardo DiCaprio, and Colonel Stephen Lockjaw, played by Sean Penn. Paul Thomas Anderson does not shy away from explicitly portraying the questionable nature of these relationships, the same way he does in his other films, like Boogie Nights or The Master. However, seeing Perfidia enthusiastically engage in a relationship with these two white men is uncomfortable because of the purposefully racialized dynamic between them. Lockjaw's fetishization of Perfidia is the most obvious, as Anderson includes several scenes of him using his position in the U.S. military as an excuse to stalk and lust after her. However, Bob's fetishization of Perfidia is also displayed, such as the scene in the beginning of the film when he's in the car with Perfidia and other members of their revolutionary group called the French 75, when Bob says, "Of course I like Black girls. Why do you think I'm here?" In fact, the reason Bob has the nickname Ghetto Pat is implied to be in part due to his sexual infatuation with Black women. In many ways, Bob and Lockjaw are only separated by which side of the revolution they are on. Part of the genius of One Battle After Another is that Anderson leads the audience to root for Bob and despise Lockjaw for similar behaviors simply because one is a protagonist and the other is an antagonist. Though Perfidia knows that both Bob and Lockjaw's attraction to her are not well-intentioned, she willfully engages in sexual relationships with them, not because she has an insatiable desire for sex like the Jezebel caricature portrays, but because of her true character flaws, her selfishness and unpredictability. As a member of the French 75, Perfidia is supposed to be fighting against the white supremacist capitalistic power structure. However, she often gets distracted during their missions and goes on power trips that serve her personal ego far more than they serve the cause. This desire to feel revolutionary rather than actually helping the revolution is what motivates her relationships with Bob and Lockjaw. She wants to feel like she can dominate the white men she knows. That is why when Lockjaw blackmails her into sleeping with him in exchange for her continued safety, Perfidia complies even though she knows she cannot trust him. Though he is the one with the real systemic power in their agreement, her sexual relationship with him makes her feel the selfless power that she really craves. Then when Perfidia eventually leaves Bob and Lockjaw, they feel manipulated and blame her completely for the relationship's failure. To claim Perfidia is a Jezebel is to see her the same way Bob and Lockjaw do, and to affirm their beliefs that she manipulated them into relationships that were completely consensual and the fault of both parties. Another quality of Perfidia's that critics cite as a reason that she fits the Jezebel stereotype is her resistance to motherhood. When Perfidia talks about her baby girl, Willa, taking Bob's attention away from her, she mentions feeling undesirable and unwanted by him. Assuming that Perfidia is a Jezebel, the reason she would feel this way is the decreased sexual freedom because of all the care that the baby needs from her. However, sexual freedom and motherhood for women are not mutually exclusive. In her book Caribbean Spaces, Carol Boyce Davies discusses being raised by a sexually liberated mother in a time before the sexual revolution of the 60s and 70s, and says that she was blissfully nurtured, loved, and cared for. However, this is because Davies' mother specifically wanted to have her. Motherhood is the ultimate act of selflessness. Therefore, Perfidia's selfish nature would naturally reject it. That is why when she leaves Bob and her own mother to care for the baby, she tells Bob, "I put myself first and I reject your lack of originality." In Perfidia's mind, she feels more revolutionary running away than caring for her child. The sexual liberation that Perfidia has is also slightly implied to be a concern of Bob and Lockjaw when it comes to the child, Willa. Before Willa leaves to go with her friends to the dance, Bob grills her about who she is going with and specifically is hostile towards a male friend of hers who he suspects may be romantically involved with her. In this scene, Bob's behavior is presented as laughably overprotective and slightly neurotic, but what could be seen as natural parental instinct for any other father gains new context with the intimate knowledge of Perfidia's character that the first act provides. Similarly, when Willa is captured by Lockjaw and is forced to take a paternity test, he asks her if she has a boyfriend while they wait for the results. Lockjaw then quickly asserts that she is too young to have a boyfriend, but Willa tells him not to answer for her. Lockjaw's fixation on the possibility of Willa being in a romantic or sexual relationship before even knowing if she is actually his daughter shows that he has assumed ownership over her, just like he prematurely assumed ownership over Perfidia. Bob and Lockjaw's reactions to the idea of Willa possessing the same sexual freedom as her mother prove that there are two sides of the same coin that fetishizes black women's sexuality when it is useful to them and then seeks to police it when it has the potential to wound their white male egos, as Perfidia would say. Another complaint about One Battle After Another is that the black women in the film only exist to serve the narratives of white men. This claim completely ignores the entire first act of the film that solely focuses on Perfidia and how her selfish actions lead to the downfall of the revolutionary group French 75. However, since Perfidia's relationships with Bob and Lockjaw are part of what led to that downfall, it also implies that sexual relationships between women and men solely exist to serve the latter. While we see Perfidia give in to her selfishness multiple times during her relationships, we never saw her give up her power or willfully serve either man. As Carol Boyce Davies points out about her own sexually liberated mother, the links between spirituality, sexuality, and power for women are strong ones that for women like my mother were never contradictory. However, Davies' mother cared about things other than herself, such as her family and her faith. Perfidia does not have those anchors to her reality. This criticism about the role of black women in the film also greatly overestimates Bob's character development and underestimates Willa's. Though Bob spends the entire second act attempting to locate his daughter, Willa is the one who does most of the work. He spends an embarrassingly large portion of the film bumbling through the streets of their hometown, struggling to remember French 75 codes that his abuse of several substances has caused him to forget. Meanwhile, characters like Deandra, played by Regina Hall, and other black women revolutionaries keep his daughter safe from harm while she scrambles to find her. Despite learning deeply disturbing information about both her mother's revolutionary failure and her father's true nature, Willa does not lose hope that she will see her father again. She escapes from her captors with very little assistance and her hands tied, driving until she reaches a safe location and basically waits for Bob to show up. At the end of the film, Willa is purposefully shown to have matured from this experience. She is much kinder to her father, calling him Dad instead of Bob, like she did when she was first introduced, and she is honest with him. However, at the end of the film, Bob, sitting across the table from her, is still shown to be drinking and abusing substances. He has his daughter back, but the experience of finding her did not make him any more revolutionary than he was before. Though we see much of the film through Bob's point of view, if anything, his quest to find Willa served her narrative and development, not the other way around. Of course, she still has her mother's unpredictability, a quality that has caused concern for both her allies and enemies alike. However, instead of misusing that imperfection like she did at the beginning of her arc, when she bought a cell phone against her father's wishes and lied about it to Deandra, this newly matured Willa has decided to use her mother's spirit to be the revolutionary that Perfidia never could. Of course, artists and writers of all forms should work to combat the stereotypes of Black women in their work and strive to paint a positive picture of our community. However, I reject the portrayal of Black women as perfect victims of the racism and misogyny that we are forced to endure each day in order to combat these racist stereotypes. Is taking control of our own sexual liberation in a world that fetishizes us without our consent a moral failing? Does having actual moral failings like every other human being make our oppression under white supremacy and patriarchy any less valid? Portraying Black women as perfect reinforces the growing societal expectation that we must be the moral anchor of every social movement or even just everyday humanity. Anderson's portrayal of the imperfect Black women of one battle after another takes the blame away from them that they receive for their own caricatures and instead holds a mirror up to American society to ask why we are so quick to demonize Black women and forgive white men in the first place. Thank you.
Wonderful. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much now for your paper. I just saw that movie as well, and I was like, whoa. And I couldn't help but to look at it through Alice Walker's womanist theory, where she says feminist is to lavender as purple is to womanist. To be womanist is to be bold and outspoken, to love the sun, the moon, the stars, to love people, to love other women if one chooses to as well. So I definitely saw a womanist going on in there. Can you speak? I like your conclusion. And this is the floor is open to everyone to unmute and ask a question or two before we go to the next presentation. Your conclusion was very powerful. I just wanted to ask, um, can you connect it to see how the film intersects with how the film intersects with Dr. Carol Boyce Davies' Caribbean Spaces at the end and your conclusion? Can you make that final connection?
Yes, so the chapter of Caribbean Spaces that I focused on mostly when I was writing this essay was chapter 7, in which um, Carol Boyce Davies talks about how growing up with her mother in Trinidad as like the anchor of her family caused her to view sexual liberation in a way that a lot of people she grew up around didn't have that view, in the sense that she saw a woman who moved freely throughout relationships, and even like sometimes she would break up and those people would still be in her life and in her children's life, but she was still a very dedicated mother and a person who was not only viewed for her sexual liberation but for who she was. And so I think that in context of one battle after another, people are focusing perhaps too much on maybe the sexual aspects of the film and the Black women in that film, and not focusing on the things that make them people. When like when you're making a movie, you focus on the things that are most relevant to the plot. And so I think Perfidia's relationships with Lockjaw and Bob are very relevant to the plot. But then it's up to the audience and the person who's consuming all this information in this art to read between the lines of what may not be relevant to the plot, but is relevant to the character before you judge them.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Would you say that this is definitely in alignment with Alice Walker's womanist theory of being bold and outspoken? She says to be womanist is to be womanish, to be the opposite of being shy and coy, having that archetype of, the cult of domesticity. Do you see that in between the book and the film?
I do. I do.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Any additional questions or comments for now Randolph and her powerful presentation? Any others? Thank you now,
Oh.
Randolph. Any others? Yes, please unmute. Yes, thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Williams. Thank you for joining.
Yes,
You
of
got the
course.
floor.
Thank you. I had an appointment before this one, so I joined a bit late, but um, Niall, your essay was great. And I know I missed the first part, but I wanted to ask, would you be willing to share it? Because I'd like to read the entirety of it, but I can also attach my email. But your analysis and the ways in which you integrated it with Dr. Boyce Davies' work was very great. So I'll type a little email to you, but good job.
Thank you. Yes, I would be willing to share it. So just let me oh, sorry. When I get your email, I can share it with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Dr. Williams, for that. And yes, also if you can share it with us as well, Randolph, because we are going to be inviting papers for publication consideration as well in the next undergraduate research journal. So yes, if you can share it with Dr. Patience Williams, is it patience.williams@howard.edu? And that would be great. And I put mine in the comments. I'll put patience, Dr. Patience in there as well. So
Thank you.
my pleasure. Patience.williams@howard.edu. Okay, so both of them are in there. Thank you. All right, any other questions before we go to our next presentation? It was a little out of order, but I'll go ahead. Let's see who we have up next. I see Lena. All right, and I see Jasmine. All right, Jasmine Vaughn, are you ready now to present your research on a literary analysis of the Black feminist statement?
Yes, I am.
All
Thank
right,
you.
you have the floor. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Um, A Black feminist statement written by the Combahee River Collective discusses the mobilization, conceptualization, and actualization of Black feminism, its purpose and limitations. Black feminism is a movement that acknowledges the intersectionality of race and gender within society and strives for the dismantlement of the patriarchy. While Black feminism uses the experiences of Black women as a focal point, the movement's goal is to strive for the liberation of everyone and includes various marginalized communities in their mobilization, emphasizing the sexual oppression of women and the queer community, the need to dismantle the patriarchy, and addressing the nuances of intersectionality. Sexual oppression is the main injustice women, especially Black women, face, as the patriarchy prioritizes how women appeal to the male gaze, furthering heteronormative and racist misogynistic agendas. Women in general are disadvantaged within the American political system due to their sex. However, for Black women, the oppression stems from both race and sex. As a result of this reality, it is difficult to separate race from class, from sex oppression, because in Black women's lives, they are most often experienced simultaneously. The patriarchy furthers the idea that women and their value should only be validated through men. Women and their desirability to men decides their value in society, leading women to high status and higher chances of economic wealth. For Black women, the concept of desirability equals value is significant, especially as racial bias already disproportionately affects their social and economic status. Since race and sex are used to oppress Black women, social constructs like beauty standards gravely affect this demographic. Black women cannot fulfill these standards because it is rooted in Anglo-Saxon standards of beauty, which leads to the hypermasculinization of Black women, ultimately accelerating the idea that Smart had also been considered ugly, which is said in the Combahee River Collective. In this context, women who are smart are considered ugly because being smart is seen as a male trait. Consequently, women, especially Black women, are hypermasculinized because they do not conform to society's ideals that women should be ignorant. This ideology is also heteronormative because it is proposed that all women should center their thoughts, interactions, and appearance around men's attraction or validation. Ergo, how attractive women are to the male gaze directly promotes agendas rooted in heteronormativity and misogyny. In addition, intersectionality representation is needed to accelerate any movement, specifically feminism, because without its acknowledgement, the liberation of all will not be obtainable. As discussed before, while women in general are oppressed by the patriarchy, Black women face two oppressive systems, racism and misogyny. This type of oppression can also be categorized as misogynoir, which is why Black feminism specifically emphasizes the need to develop a politics that was anti-racist, unlike those of white women, and anti-sexist, unlike those of Black and white men. Black women do not endure the same misogyny as their white counterparts. While beauty standards are meant to further conformity and do not benefit the population, white women are still meant to be the epitome of the beauty standard. White women are still privileged and benefit from the institution of racism. This privilege has manifested within the feminist movement because of the overrepresentation of white women. Due to whiteness, their protection is deemed more important in comparison to Black women. The concept of protecting whiteness affects both Black women and Black men. However, it does not mitigate Black men and their patriarchal privilege. Men, even Black men, have difficulty subscribing to the Black feminist agenda because the movement questions some of the most basic assumptions about our existence, i.e., that sex should be a determinant of power relationships. Intersectionality is portrayed in many ways, not only as oppressed, but as oppressors. Black men are just as unlikely to uplift Black feminism as their white counterparts because of the movement threatens their ability to sustain a sense of power. However, Black men continuing the patriarchy does not benefit them long term. Like many institutions in American society, the patriarchy is rooted in white supremacy. Having Black men conform to stereotypical masculinity does not solidify their manhood, instead portrays them as aggressive and barbaric. Therefore, intersectionality needs to be incorporated within the feminist movement. Awareness of this concept will lead to the dismantling of the patriarchy. The creation of Black feminism derives from the lack of racial representation of sexual oppression in combating the patriarchy. Acknowledging Black women's intersecting oppression is significant as they are the backbones to the feminist movement. Black women's liberation would not only benefit them, but people of any race, class, and sexuality. Recognizing the intersection of race and sex can teach people how they are perpetuators of the patriarchy and how the institution affects them negatively. Though Black feminism highlights the experiences of Black women, the movement aims for the betterment of all people.
Wow. Powerful. And I wouldn't expect anything less because if you look at the booklet, the mentor, Dr. Patience Williams, it looks like your Patience Williams is your Dr. Patience Williams is your professor. What a
Yes.
powerful presentation. And I love panels like this because they're in conversation with the presentation that we heard earlier as well with now
Mhm.
Randolph. The floor is open. Questions, comments, questions, comments. Questions, comments, recommendations. What are you? Okay, so I'll ask this question, Jasmine. So, with your presentation, and I'm just going all the way back to first wave feminism,
Mhm.
and during this time, black women, black women were forbidden a lot of times, were forbidden to join a movement with white women and feminists. Um, and there's continues even in 2025 to be this paradox of, okay, do I choose womanist, feminist movement
Mhm.
over, for racial equality? Do I do one or over the other? And this was especially during the civil rights movement and even the Black Lives Matter movement. You hear more about that, but the say her name, you don't hear as much. So,
Mhm.
do you notice this? Do you think that it has improved or over the years, or do you think that this vicious cycle continues where it's like we're forced to place hierarchy on which movement are we fighting more for as Black women and women of color? What are your thoughts about that?
I believe as in recently, we have, as a collective, just because of who is in power, leaned more into the race aspect of our identity, just because, once again, people who are white in America, that would always be something that kind of shadows over in the way that they talk about politics and the way that they talk about their experience in life. I I believe that as of right now, we have gotten better, but we're going back to a point where we are going to be put in a box. Like, even we can talk about it when it comes to Vice President Kamala Harris, and how she, even though race was was a huge thing, but because, for instance, Black men felt like she was going against them, they felt like they weren't going to vote for her. So it's always something in relation to one another. And I believe that when it comes down to it, the acknowledgement of both will always further us more along, because once we acknowledge our own ways that we kind of feed into that system, we can find out other ways to mitigate how we mobilize in the way that we're not affecting another caste system.
Powerful, powerful. And I think this is your research is so both your research and earlier presentation by now Randolph is so powerful right now because as the research shows, Black women we we trump currently among women and men of all races as being the most educated right now. And so we're not talking about it enough, but we're under attack
Mhm.
because the numbers are out there. Um, and we just keep seeing examples of it over and over and over again in politics right now. So I thank you, Vaughn, for your research and its timeliness. I think Dr. Williams, yes.
Yeah, and I also wanted to say, Jasmine, something I really appreciated about the framework of your essay is that it centralizes the importance and the prioritization of liberation. Because sometimes in class discussions, whenever we talk about specifically feminism or aspects of sexism, um, the thing that's said the most is that it's aiming for equality. That's not the case. It's really aiming for liberation. So your paper definitely demonstrates hitting the mark in terms of why liberation is necessary, not just for Black women or Black people, but it will benefit everybody. So good job.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And that's part of the theme of the symposium, liberation, letters and liberation. Indeed. Wow. Thank you. Any final questions before we move to our next presentation? What a powerful panel. What a powerful panel. All right. Thank you again, Jasmine Vaughn. Very powerful. So we're going to move on now. And I see Lindsay Ponder is with us. And then we'll after that we'll go on to Lena Hamilton. So Lindsay Ponder is up next to present her research on Blue Boys Don't Cry, exploring emotions and toxic Black masculinity in moonlight and Caribbean spaces. Whoa, what a title. You have the floor.
Okay, this is the paper I wrote for my English 104 class. And please excuse my voice, I'm getting over a cold, so bear with it. Growing up, I learned that certain conversations were forbidden in my household. My father, a product of generational toxic masculinity, was disgusted by any mention of homosexuality, especially regarding Black men. This silence taught me that some identities must remain hidden, even when the truth desires to come into the light. To come to these truths, however, individuals must be willing to take journeys. Carol Boyce Davies accurately depicts these journeys with her concept of micro-middle passages in her book Caribbean Spaces, Escapes from Twilight Zones, which can be translated to Chiron's three transformations across the movie. Jenkins' 2016 film Moonlight tackles the deep-rooted stigma against homosexuality through examples of toxic masculinity, struggles with personal identity, and color analysis. In this essay, I will discuss the connection between color and emotions, how Moonlight tackles toxic masculinity, and the similarities found in Caribbean spaces. The opening scene of Moonlight begins with a soft baby blue hue surrounding the housing projects of Miami, Florida. Setting up the scene with blue allows the audience to get a hint of the color's upcoming importance. Throughout the entire film, shades of blue communicate important symbolism. In part one, Little, we witness the early years of Chiron's life as he endures bullying and an unsatisfactory relationship with his mother as she struggles with addiction. After running away from one of his bullies, he is found by Juan, who becomes his father figure, replacing the absence of his own. As they look out into a sea of blue, Juan shares what an older lady in Cuba once told him. In the moonlight, Black boys look blue. You blue. This saying establishes the overall premise for the rest of the film. It is telling the viewer that from this point on, blue will be more than just a color. It will be a marker for Chiron's identity. Moonlight uses blue to symbolize many emotions, but mainly tranquility. The first example is the repetitive use of water as a calming agent. In that same scene, Juan teaches Chiron how to swim. By safely guiding his body, and teaching him how to float, Chiron finds calmness in the sea for the first time. This leads to a scene in part two, Chiron, where he rides multiple train stops to the nearest sea. In comes his friend Kevin, who arrives and asks him if the water serves as some sort of addiction, to which Chiron replies, something like that. The idea of being addicted to water reinforces the notion that he must replenish the blue that is inside of him. Black boys look blue in the moonlight, meaning Jenkins is highlighting the tranquility in these boys rather than the widely perceived notion of violence. The last example of water as a calming agent appears in part three, Black. In his adulthood, the viewer notes how much of Chiron's life relates to this principle. His bathroom and kitchen lights are blue, demonstrating that now that he has control over his life, blue has become his chosen calming agent. Additionally, his daily routine consists of submerging himself in a sink full of water. This practice started in part two, where Chiron had become so fed up with the bullying that he needed a way to calm himself. After doing so, he returned to school with only one thing on his mind, getting revenge. Although it was not the calmest reaction, dunking his head in water clears his mind when he was overstimulated. Overall, blue represents many emotions, but it provides the tranquility Chiron needs through these three transformational periods. Jacob's Moonlight also captures the reality of toxic masculinity in the Black community. Juan serves as the stereotypical Black man in Chiron's life. He is strong, heterosexual, and a drug dealer. No one questions him, not when it comes to his rules, his money, and especially not his sexuality. The same cannot be said for Chiron, who is inherently quiet and meek. Because of these qualities, he has been bullied for most of his life, leading to self-isolation and doubt in his identity. He constantly feels as though he needs to prove himself to his peers, leading him to succumb to peer pressure and hide his identity. In part one, Little, Chiron is affirmed in his identity thanks to Juan's acceptance. Chiron's sexuality becomes apparent when Juan makes a joke about his wife, Teresa, stating that, you know, she got a crush on you. What was meant to be a simple joke is met with silence as young Chiron does not agree. Later, the three of them are sitting at the dinner table when the topic arises again. When Chiron finally speaks his mind, Juan reassuringly replies, you can be gay, just don't let nobody call you out your name. To have this vote of confidence from the ideal, strong Black man gives Chiron some reassurance in his sexuality. Confidence, however, does not mean that societal stigma no longer applies. Attributing to the titular theme, Black men do not cry, even after being forced to endure a beating from the first and only man to have ever touched him, crying was still frowned upon. That immense betrayal does not constitute an exception. So when Chiron finds himself in the principal's office following the fight, he is still trying to prove himself. When she tells him that all of this did not just start, boy, he focuses on the last term rather than the context. Chiron argues that he is a man, defending his pride. The principal says, the hell you ain't. If you are a man, there will be four other knuckleheads sitting right next to you. Her mention of snitching as an easy feat is another stigma that comes with being a Black man. They must keep their lips sealed because snitches inherently get stitches. The last example of toxic masculinity is how taboo it is for Black men to confide in one another. When Chiron and Kevin find themselves alone together at the shoreline, the lines of what is socially acceptable begin to blur. Kevin talks about the calming feeling of a breeze passing over the hood because it is the closest that most of them will get to the sea. He says shit makes you want to cry and feel so good. The topic of crying catches Chiron off guard and makes him ask, you cry? Treating it as a taboo topic. While Chiron is vulnerable and ready to talk about his feelings, Kevin is not there yet, not ready for that level of vulnerability. Kevin states, nah, but it makes me want to. Even in the case of complete solitude, it is still frowned upon for two Black men to become emotional. Moonlight employs meaning and symbolism in every scene, making it an influential film. Therefore, it is fitting to compare an influential film with an equally influential book, Caribbean Spaces by Carol Boyce Davies. The first concept I want to draw from Davies is her concept of middle passages. She defines these as the necessary constitution of new identities in passage. These identities represent Chiron's transformative journey throughout three distinctive stages of his life. Chiron travels through his childhood, adolescence, and adulthood in the film, struggling with societal pressures throughout. As Davies puts it, these passages serve as a break between different ways of being in the world, which directly correlates to the film. In his childhood, Chiron plays a submissive role, allowing people to run over him. Throughout his teens, he explores romantic relationships and finally stands up for himself. And in his adulthood, he has developed a powerful role as a drug dealer, effectively raising his status or being in the world. Davies' second concept is that of women's migration. She notes the simultaneous idea of one being subject to somebody else by control and dependence, and that of one's identity by a consciousness of self-knowledge. She argues that the intersectionality of the two become crucial to survival. This perfectly describes Chiron's performance of hypermasculinity as both constraint and chosen identity. The sense of control that follows Chiron his whole life is that same idea of toxic masculinity. This notion of how Black men should act haunted Chiron as he was trying to simply find himself. As for his own identity, we can see in his adulthood that he chose to abide by the stereotypes of hypermasculinity, wearing grills, listening to rap music, and overall embodying the personality of Juan. Even though Chiron has the self-knowledge of who he truly is, he decided to bury that part of him and never address it. To conclude, both Jenkins and Davies work together to illustrate the life of Chiron, who undergoes the reality of toxic masculinity within the Black community. Through emotions and color analysis, Jenkins allows the viewers to develop a deeper connection with Chiron, effectively establishing empathy. The stigma that young Black boys must go through because of these stereotypes contributes to a loss of freedom and individuality. We do not live in a society that cares enough to change things, which is why these traditions have persisted for so long. Generational trauma is not enough to excuse this behavior, and it is our responsibility to join together in hope of sharing stories like Chiron's further. Thank you.
Wow, what a powerful presentation. This whole panel. I'm personally inviting you, please, in the chat, Monique.Akassi at Howard.edu. Submit the papers. They will be highly recommended to be published in our next peer review referee undergraduate research journal through first year writing program. And we are anticipating to get that out before the winter break. Let me just emphasize for 1 second. This is Howard University. Freshmen. That's all I have to say. Powerful. The floor is open for questions. Questions, comments. Please just unmute. You don't have to put it in the chat. Just unmute. Please ask any questions that you have for Lindsay before we get ready for our final presentation for this panel. Any questions?
I have one. Um, Lindsay, great paper. Please also send it to me. Huge Barry Jenkins fan. Um, and my question is about, so you began the essay with your father, and you mentioned specifically that certain identities were meant to be hidden. And one of the very eye-opening aspects of Moonlight is that there are lots of scenes and scenarios where it seems like the public is not allowed to see. So you also highlighted it about like when the two men, I think they're in their adolescence, they're on the shore together and they're having a moment. For the audience to see that or to be invited into that intimacy and to see what that's like, um, it seems like it should almost be forbidden, but it's not. And we also get to see the beauty and the transformative nature of that specific scene. So my question to you is, um, how have you kind of learned or are navigating through like the narration and almost like the acceptance through narration of forbidden identities? Because you've done a really great job of doing so. Um, yeah.
Thank you. I will say for I guess mainly for my topic, it was mainly from like personal experience. So I have had a lot of like discussions with my dad about it because, he'll see somebody in public and he'll want to say something and I'm like, that's not okay. Like, so I will state that like in my introduction paragraph, I say that some identities are meant to be hidden. And it's not that they're meant to be hidden because they should all be in public, like be able to flourish. I just feel as though in the Black community, especially when it comes to older males, it's such a strong sense of like, I don't know if it's fear of what comes with being perceived as weaker if you're not heterosexual, but the force that makes them like so, or not them, because not everybody is the same way, but the force that makes majority of them think the same way makes it feel as though you can't be something other than straight. So I definitely agree with you with how the audience being invited in that scene, it was like this is really important. Like this is crazy that it's happening. And then they can't really not experience, but explore that connection out in public or out in school. They don't talk to each other really besides little conversations. So I think it was a hard narrative, but it's something that has been on my mind for a while since I've grown up with it.
Okay, thank you. And one last thing. I didn't think whenever you were reading it that the hidden part that you were stating that these identities should be hidden. But I do think in the introduction and in your analysis in the text that you are highlighting that some people and some identities are not safe and therefore cannot be explored or cannot be shared in some spaces. So you did a good job of navigating it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Beautifully said, Dr. Williams. Beautifully said. Thank you for giving voice to the voiceless through your research, Lindsay. It is just powerful. All three are powerful. Any final questions or comments before we move to our final presentation? All right, thank you again. Let's give a round of applause again. And we're going to go to our final, last but certainly not least, Lena Hamilton will be presenting research on education, the Achilles heel of Trump's America. You have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Lena Hamilton. I'm a freshman political science major from Princeton, New Jersey, and I'll be presenting my essay, Education, the Achilles heel of Trump's America. Most kids remember listening to music in the car with their parents or watching fun family shows. While I've experienced this to some extent, most of my childhood memories involve listening to the news with my dad. From a young age, I could recognize Anderson Cooper's voice from a mile away. Maybe that's why I've always been politically aware. The 2020 election was the first time I was old enough to truly grasp the different political dynamics at play. However, it was the 2024 election when I finally felt ready to actively engage. Even though I was only 17 and ineligible to vote, I made my own election predictions. By doing careful research and analyzing polling results almost daily, I started creating various election map predictions. As the election approached, I realized a frightening truth. In nearly every scenario, Trump would win, not because of merit, but because of his unshakable hold on white America. As a young Black woman, Trump's reelection instilled a fear within me that the greatness of white supremacy could not be fought without becoming a target of political violence. This realization has led me to the conclusion that knowledge is the most powerful tool of white supremacy and the most powerful weapon we have to resist it. One of the most impactful moments in my education was learning about the Lost Cause movement, often associated with the rallying cry, "The South will rise again." This movement worked to maintain the dominance of white supremacy at the expense of minority groups, particularly Black Americans. This ideology was rooted in the ability to create and maintain a controlled narrative of white supremacy, reached its peak in the economic boom of the early 1950s, a time before the women's liberation movement and the civil rights movement, representing what many on the right view as the pinnacle of American greatness. However, since Barack Obama's election, many Americans fell prey to the tokenistic fallacy, believing that the era of white supremacy was over, a belief far from reality. When I was younger, I too mistakenly fell victim to this fallacy. My mom used to ask me about my experiences growing up in a predominantly white town, inquiring about whether I had experienced any form of racism. Yet, despite regularly experiencing microaggressions from my classmates, I always insisted that racism wasn't that big of a deal anymore, a statement that is by no means true. I, like many little Black girls in my town, believed that we could do anything because the glass ceilings had been broken. Little did we know that our sanitized bubble would be popped by the rise of Donald Trump, who brought the alternative rights hopes to life, as he successfully tapped into white rage to build a powerful political platform that sought to reshape America's understanding of white supremacy. The Trump administration's most effective strategy was uniting poor white Americans against minorities through misinformation, an age-old tactic that keeps the poor poorer and the rich richer. Trump's appeal to lost cause ideals that white Americans were robbed of their greatness through minority liberation led many to blame immigrants and DEI policies for issues like inflation and unemployment, rather than the real culprits, corrupt government and corporate monopolies. Moreover, by turning vulnerable groups against each other, the Trump administration fostered a political culture that values curated idealism over truth. He further reinforced white supremacy by dismissing Black leaders' achievements as simply DEI, a move that intended to diminish the value of education in America as a tool for social advancement. Watching the Trump administration revitalize white supremacy with such fervor made me question my place in Trump's America. Because in a country that so blatantly despises everything I could believe in, how could a young Black woman like me find a path towards fostering political change without becoming a subject of political violence? As a kid in a politically educated and active family, I grew up wanting to be the president of the United States. As I got older, I continued to believe that I could be a political trailblazer, someone with a loud megaphone, leading protests and proposing legislation that would positively reshape the fabric of our country. But over the years, I've experienced a shift. During these years, I've silently watched the rise of increasing extreme and violent political extremism and polarization. I've watched as American residents, especially students, experience career-ending consequences for their choices to express their political opinions. Most of all, I've watched as the Trump administration has attacked education systems to limit access to reputable information. And through all of this, I've realized that I've been approaching the idea of facilitating political change all wrong. In my reflection, I have also discovered a quiet hope that has been the Black community's secret weapon for generations: education. White supremacists feed on the undereducated, always finding ways to manipulate society's willingness to latch onto lies and twisted ideologies that have become increasingly extreme. However, by acquiring a sound education and sharing it with others, we can build a defense against propaganda and false news. Someone with the ability to discern a valid argument from an invalid one carries great power in an information-centered society. The most beautiful thing about education, I've realized, is that it can move in shadows. One can be a powerful and influential educator who forms nations' next great leaders without their name ever being mentioned in the headlines. The goal of the Trump administration is to destroy anything and anyone who seeks to put truth in the face of misinformation. This goal is visible in the administration's dissolution of the Department of Education and its attacks on higher education. The Trump administration knows the great power of education, for why else would they seek to rewrite history? The Black community survived slavery and Jim Crow not by hiding in corners, but by deliberately choosing to prioritize educating ourselves and our children so that we could learn to understand the systems of white supremacy that so desperately tried to work against us. America has always been scary for a young Black woman, and it still is. Trump's reelection has reaffirmed the truth that Black women are forced to navigate this country differently than most. With the reemergence of white supremacy and the rising attacks on political expression that resulted from the second Trump administration, I have often found myself wanting to retreat into the idea that there's nothing I can do. But like always, history reveals methods for fighting white supremacy. Change has been led by notable scholars like Martin Luther King, Frederick Douglass, and W.E.B. Du Bois. But unknown educators have also shaped this country in a way that most individuals could not fathom. Reflecting on my observations of American politics over the past couple of years, I have learned that despite a culture that continuously seeks to push us down, Black women have always found a way to push forward and create a path for future generations. The women who came before me have paved the way for me, and I will continue paving the way for those who come after me. Thank you.
So powerful and so timely. So timely. Wow. You know, some people actually write letters to the White House, just putting it out there. Powerful. The floor is open for any, we have room for one question or comment before it is 12 o'clock for our final series of panels. Any final questions, comments?
I have one.
Yeah.
Lena, great job. And it's a brief question, but I just wanted to ask, in your conclusion, you mentioned joining this group of Black women who are paving the way for other Black women? And what does that look like or entail for you? So how would you also like to join the ranks, join the forces of doing this?
Thank you for that question. I think for me personally, that means like pursuing an education. For me, I really want to get a PhD in political science to continue exploring the way political systems work and use that information to educate others on, politics and things like that. Thank you.
Excellent. Of course. Of course. Good job.
Absolutely beautiful. And kudos to you, Dr. Williams, because I see this is one of your proteges as well, as mentioned in the program. So thank you. We have some of the most dynamic, phenomenal professors in our first year writing program. And we're just so grateful to you, Dr. Williams, for recommending your two outstanding scholars to share their research with us. So we thank you, and I'll be in touch with you too. I've been meaning to send you an email about an invitation to join us during spring break in Amsterdam, Paris, and London, and the Black influence in Amsterdam, London, and Paris. So be on the lookout for an email about that, Dr. Williams, because I know that you have a lot of insight with Amsterdam as well, and everything will be covered. But I want to make sure that I reach out to you about that today. Yeah. Thank you so much. All right. Well, thanks again, everyone. Congratulations. Please remember to email Dr. Williams and I because we are doing a special invite for this entire panel to submit your papers today. We'll send it to the editorial board for publication consideration. Thanks again. And now we're moving into our 12 o'clock, our final session for this research symposium. Whoa. You guys were not playing around. That's all I have to say. It was real serious, out of control panels, as you all would say. So in ballroom A, if you click on your breakout rooms icon down at the bottom of the screen, ballroom A, Christine Irimiato is the moderator for the panel on letters to surviving caretakers part one. And ballroom B, um, Letters to Surviving Caretakers Part 2, moderated by Arthur Walker, and Julia, Arthur, and Austin and Ariel will be presenting in there. And Ballroom C, we have moderator Professor Ono Mached will be will be leading the panel on Reimagining the Black Story, Part 1. Malia, Randy, Morgan, Vance, and Ryan will be presenting in there. And Ballroom D, I'm getting ready to uh, go into now. The panel is Reimagining the Black Story, Part 2. Joseph, Damon, Jayan, Layla, Nasia, and Anaya will be presenting in there. And again, in Ballroom A, the following presenters: Christine, Asiata, Ryan, Christopher, and Avery. Thank you so much, everyone. You may go ahead and stay in this room for the next panel or go into another one. You're free to move in and out between them. Thank you again and congratulations. Good afternoon, everyone. This is our final panel for the session for a highly successful symposium. I'm trying to hold back tears. Um, Let me just make an announcement. Final panels for the 12 p.m. sessions should begin now. All right. And I will put again the the program, just in case anyone needs the digital program. I'll put the link up again. And we're getting ready to jump into, this is Ballroom D. I am Dr. Monique Akassi. I am the moderator for this illustrious panel. Panel 12 to 1, Ballroom D. We have the following scholars presenting on their latest groundbreaking research. So in Ballroom D, pardon me, trying to pull it up. This is Reimagining the Black Story, Part 2. We have the following presenters. Joseph Tabe will be presenting on Reclaiming the Narrative, Black Voices and Liberation Through Streetwear Culture, followed by Damon Davis and Jeanne Samuels. And Layla Morrison will be presenting Superfine Style Dismantles the Lie That Haunts Black Americans. Naja Mickens will be presenting on Dismantling the Lie to Expose the Truth. And I am Alfonso Jones. And Anaya Mason will be presenting on The Dismantled Truth of Black Success. Thank you, everyone. We're going to go ahead and begin, and we'll just go ahead with who we have in the session now. And I see currently Ballroom D, I see Anaya Mason. And so Anaya Mason, we're going to go ahead and start with you uh, and the dismantled truth of Black success. You have the floor, and please, everyone, give a round of applause to Anaya.
Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna start with my intro. Hello, my name is Anaya Mason. I'm a freshman psychology major from Arizona. And the piece I'm going to present today is from a Journal 2 podcast assignment in my English class. And what the piece that I focused on was addressing false negative stereotypes upon Black people and how it dismantles the truth of our Black success. So first, I do want to start off with a short clip. It's by a very known political activist named Angela Davis. Can everybody see my screen? Okay.
But over the last few years, there has come into being another kind of political prism.
Oh, wait. Did it stop? Oh, okay. Let me just do it without full screen. Sorry.
But over the last few years, there has come into being another kind of political prism. And I'm talking about all of the sisters and brothers who are victims of the system, who are easy targets of the police, who get railroaded through the courts into prison, often for no reason at all, who are there only because they're Black. And I think a brother during the Attica Rebellion sort of expressed this whole thing when he was asked by a reporter what he was charged with. And he said he was charged with being Black. That's why he was there.
Okay, now that leads me into my piece. Okay. So my piece, The Unspoken Has Spoken, The Dismantled Truth of Black Success. Welcome back to The Unspoken Has Spoken, a space where true stories that are often buried beneath stereotypes are told. I'm your host, Anaya Mason, and today's episode is about addressing the false narrative placed on Black success. We're writing a story about our worth that is still an ongoing debate that has been twisted for too long. For centuries, Blackness has been misrepresented with narratives that we are dangerous, criminals, and inferior. The truth is that Black people have shaped culture. From the music, fashion, and education, we have fabricated and defined success across every aspect that is conceived. To start, civil rights lawyer Michelle Alexander examines how deeply racism is embedded in our criminal justice system in her book, The New Jim Crow. Alexander argues that continuous unjustified incarceration functions to criminalize Blackness under the disguise of justice. Alexander's work additionally reveals how the criminalization of Blackness is not just a historical issue, but a present reality that continues to shape perceptions today. As she explains, mass incarceration has been normalized, and all of the racial stereotypes and assumptions that gave rise to the system are now embraced. This normalization is not only dangerous, but allows for racism to be freely expressed as submerged racist narratives begin to feel natural and unquestionable. It sets the excuse for the elongated oppression to continue. Alexander goes on to argue that the unfortunate reality we must face is that racism manifests itself not only in individual attitudes and stereotypes, but also in the basic structure of society. Why are we supposed to be proud of a system that constantly oppresses us? Such barriers within society attempt to limit recognition of Black achievement. In fact, despite centuries of oppression and constant attempts to erase our contributions, Black people have continued to shape every concept in society. The constant success of Black scholars, artists, leaders, and innovators continues to thrive, proving that Black excellence is a force of resilience, even when in the face of systematic suppression. We will not be silenced. A notable author and podcaster, Carville Wallace, has supported these ideas by providing a synopsis on the film Black Panther and how the movie globally impacted and reimagined the way Black identity is portrayed. The film takes place in an African nation called Wakanda that is protected from colonization, rich in technology, knowledge, and leadership. Wallace argues that the film was more than just entertainment, it was a cultural affirmation of Black people's worth and possibility by placing them at the center of a narrative that celebrates our power, complexity, and intelligence. He writes, we have for centuries sought to either find or create a promised land where we would be untroubled by the criminal horrors of our American existence, emphasizing the fact that we have been longing to exist in a world where we aren't looked in such a negative light. This longing reflects not only a desire for safety and acceptance, but also a deeper fight for dignity and self-definition in a society that has repeatedly tried to strip those things away. Black people's pursuit of liberation is not just about escaping oppression, but about building spaces where our identities can thrive without being twisted by prejudice. Black Panther reminded the world that Black people have always shaped global culture, from music and fashion to politics and innovation, and these contributions are foundational. Our creations stem from the unity that our community has thrived and built on. As Wallace states, and with this love, we seek to make the future ours by making the present ours. Although we don't live in a land that flourishes with vibranium or a train-led army, this imagination that the director Ryan Coogler has possessed is proof that we are on the brink of reaching this dream. We are constantly developing in all aspects that call for creativity. The characterization that continues to progress is meant to undermine Black potential, and yet we refute each one that surfaces. I leave you listeners at home. When you witness someone try to reduce Blackness to deficiency, respond with the truth. Tell them about the scholars who reinvent thoughts, the designers who reshape fashion trends, the musicians who are heard, and the communities that build legacies. Tell the truth. Because the unspoken has spoken, and the truth of Black success is louder than any lie ever told. Thank you so much for listening, and that is the end of my essay.
Wonderful, wonderful. Let's give a round of applause. Very powerful. All right. The way that this panel will go after each presentation, we will open up the floor for questions specifically for that presenter. So at this time, please, anyone that would like to give a question or a comment to Anaya Mason and her powerful presentation, the floor is open now. And I do see that Anaya's mentor, Dr. Boylan, pardon me, Dr. Boylan is not with us, but this is a mentor of Dr. Boylan's, I believe, from Dr. Boylan's class. So any questions or comments? Any questions or comments? You can just unmute. Questions or comments? I know I specifically, I love how you've incorporated the Angela Davis clip as well. She's a phenomenal scholar. I've had the privilege of welcoming her to the stage before, as well as meeting her in January for a second time at a New Year's Eve celebration, and she's just phenomenal. And I know that she would be so proud of your presentation. Um, and I need to take her up on her offer and bring her. Would you like that? I think I'm gonna take her up on it.
Yes, I would love that.
All right, I'm gonna take her up on it. Please make sure you share, email your presentation if you can to me. We're also looking to this time, absolutely. We were supposed to do it last time, but before the winter break ends, we will release our second highly anticipated issue of students' research papers, select research papers published in our next undergraduate journal, research journal. Please make sure you email it to me, and I'm gonna see if I can make a connection as well when we get Angela Davis here to see if maybe you can present her to the stage when she comes for next semester. Fingers crossed. It's all about negotiations, but I'm definitely going to try to make that happen for
Okay, thank
next
you.
semester. My pleasure. All right. Any others? Any other questions or comments for Mason's presentation? Mason, one other. What would you what is your key takeaway, your overall significance that you want this audience to take away from your research today?
Overall, it's just I really want people to understand how Black people have built success, even on the backs of like being again oppressed. Like it's been, of course, years and years we have been in terrible situations coming from police brutality, slavery. We're still ongoing with like stereotypes that continue to rise against us. And so honestly, my real truth that I'm really trying to counter is how like we are very successful. Again, we have innovated so many things, and yet we are still looked at as criminals. We're still looked at as bad. We're still looked at as negative. There's so many negative stereotypes that I feel like should really not be placed because our success is not even louder than those stereotypes.
Beautiful, powerful, powerful. Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure. All right. So next we have up Naja Mickens presenting Dismantling the Lie to Expose the Truth, and I am Alfonso Jones. Please, let's give a round of applause now for Naja Mickens. And you have the floor, and thank you for sharing your research with us.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm going to try to share my screen if that is okay.
Mhm.
Are y'all able to see it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the beginning of my paper, I just wanted to play a small clip of this song called Rise Up by Andrew Day before I go into my essay. So let's get started.
Does it have volume?
Yes. Can you
Okay.
not hear it?
Yeah, so just it's really easy. Just unshare it. And when you get ready to, right before you hit share again, just click the two little boxes to the right that says share sound.
Okay. Mm, mm. Actually, let me make this much easier. I will play it from my phone. You're broken down and tired of living life on the merry-go-round. And you can't find a fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out. Ooh, mountain. We gon' walk it out and mountain. Our black is beautiful. The waves that crash represent our present past.
placed on by many Black fathers, parents who go through grief of so-called justice systems that refuse to see us as equals. My purpose for this letter is to tell you that I stand by you and reflect on the societal wound that your story exposes and tells the many other stories of the Black man in society. The continuing knowing the Lord is there to hear our yelp, yet we're silent. Through it all, the hardships and our fall, through the storms from which we cannot escape, there's still time to redefine our fate because our Black is beautiful. Hello, everyone, and thank you for tuning in on this week's episode. Our focus today is we must understand that change has to start within before it can start anywhere else. So, let's dive in. In Tyler Perry's movie, The 688, Kerry Washington, who serves as Charity Adams in her film, states to her white male lieutenant, "Now I know we are fighting a war, but our war starts with being Negro, and we are fighting on every front." This translates into no matter what we are or what we're doing, we're targeted, constantly having to look over our shoulders. And the question that remains is why? My people are tired. Tired of being counted out for a trait we have no control over, tired of being criminalized based on our appearance, tired of our success being looked over and disregarding our humanity. Yes, we're Black. No, we're not criminals. So let's transform this narrative. We are leaders. We are brilliant. We are more than exceptional, and we are works of art. We are created equal. Amy Sherrill's intelligent piece of art, Transforming Liberty, portrays an image of a trans woman in the pose of the Statue of Liberty, demanding leadership, attention, and promoting elevation. Elevation from stereotypes and false ideas. Elevation in which we continue fighting for equality and liberty. When her art was in the works of being published, a museum went to compromise by not using her painting, rather a video of people discussing it. She declined this offer. She stated, "Unfortunately, it has become clear that the conditions no longer support the integrity of the works as conceived." She reinforces the power and Black truth we've always possessed by recognizing the freedom and the right to redefine this false narrative, not just for ourselves, but the world. She stood on business and didn't settle for any less. We won't stop fighting until equality is served for good. In Brian Stevenson's Just Mercy, he states, "We got some of the nation's best experts to review the gun evidence, and they concluded that Hitton's weapon could not be matched to the murders. I had hoped that the state might reopen the case. Instead, they persisted in moving towards execution." His excerpt exposes the targets that have been set on us and reveals the injustice and wrongful punishments on Black people occurring in a system that's supposed to be designed to help us. His story and perspective allows readers to understand the unfortunate emotional truth behind these lies. Through these hardships and negative milestones, Stevenson demonstrates moral leadership centered on integrity. He uses his God-given voice and confidence to fight in a system that's fixed against us, forcing them to confront the racial bias that takes place in our society, which leads to mass incarceration, with the majority being Black children. He uses his voice to amplify the dignity of these societal values, focusing on Black truth and leadership rather than the hatred we've encountered for so long. His work allows people to view Black people not as threats or criminals, but as survivors. Our desire is for the world to look at us with our eyes, not theirs. We've had the courage and passion to rise up, no matter how big or small the obstacle is. These different levels of adversity give us the opportunity to overcome these false narratives and shape us to continue fighting for justice, even when the end of the tunnel still looks dark. Blackness isn't linked to criminality, guilt, or danger. Instead, it's beautiful, strong, historical, and worthy. Together, we fight as long as we have to, and we rise as a community who's striving to see Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King's Jr. dream. God have mercy on America.
Do it 1,000 times again. And I rise up. I like the waves. I rise up. In spite of the ache, I rise up. And I do it 1,000 times again.
Thank you so much. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you guys for having me. And yeah, that is all I have for you today.
Powerful, wonderful. Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause. Very powerful. All right. Questions, comments for Nasia, pardon me, Nayaya. Questions,
Nasia, you got it right.
pardon me, Nasia. Yes, very, very powerful. What inspired this particular topic for you personally, Nasia, and how does it resonate? Why is it so timely today in 2025 from your perspective?
So for me, growing up, I'm biracial, so I grew up with a white mother. My father was unfortunately not in the picture, so she just reinstated and reinforced to my brother and I that, we have to walk a certain way, we have to live a certain way. We can't do things that some of our other friends could because society, unfortunately, will have an opinion on us, will have fixed beliefs or a stereotype with us. And they have these stereotypes because unfortunately we as a Black community create them. So in order for us to transform that narrative, we have to live a different way. So that's why my title was Yes, I'm Black, No, I'm Not a Criminal, because we have to transform this narrative and the perspectives of other people, but the change has to start with us before it can start within anybody else. So that was really just my main purpose, was just going off of based off what my mom instilled in my brother and I as we were younger, and how it's so important to conduct yourself and carry yourself in the society that we live in now, where racism is still very much alive, police brutality still occurs. So just to inspire other people, to live in purpose and try to differentiate yourself from these stereotypes and these narratives, because we have a purpose before anyone has an opinion. So yeah, thank you.
Very, very well said. Very well said. Thank you so much. All right. Any others? Any other questions? Any other questions, comments, reflections?
I have a question. I was just curious about the podcast. I enjoyed it very much. And I believe you had a choice in your class to do a podcast or essay. And so I was curious of why you chose the podcast. It worked very well, and what you learned from it. And if you had a particular affinity for doing podcasts or experience of doing them.
So I do not have an experience of doing any sort of podcast. This would actually be my first one. But I chose the podcast because I feel as though it could be more personable rather than just writing an essay. So when I had the choice to, add music, or my English teacher, Dr. Boylan, actually told us to, talk as if I would be talking to my friends. That's why one of the quotes that I said was, she stood on business. That's something the youth say now, meaning you're not settling for any less, but you're standing on your rights and the integrity, that you have instilled in you. So that's really why I chose the podcast, was so I could be more personable and relatable and hopefully get the message across to other people as well.
Beautifully said. Wonderful. Yes, it's definitely powerful. The power of um, research and using diverse mediums to get your point across nowadays. It's not always depending on the rhetorical situation and the target audience. Traditional research paper may be ideal for one, podcast for another, documentary for another. I love the diversity and the inclusiveness of delivering your research through a plethora of different mediums. I think that's very powerful, very forward thinking indeed. Yes.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. All right. Excellent. Well, thank you again. We're going to move right along. Another round of applause. And next we have up, I see, I just saw the student enter, I believe. Okay. Do we have, okay, so we had Joseph Tabe. I'm to see if we, Joseph Tabe was presenting on reclaiming the narrative, Black voices and liberation through streetwear culture. I don't see Joseph Tabe. So let's go on to the next. Damon Davis. Is Damon Davis here to present? Okay, I don't see Damon Davis. Is J.N. Samuels? I saw J.N. Samuels earlier. Is J.N. Samuels here to present?
Hi, yeah, I am.
All right, J.N. Samuels, I apologize. I don't have the title of your research. So if you can please share that as well. And let's give a round of applause, and you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jayon Samuels. I'm a freshman nursing major here at Howard University, and excuse me. I'm presenting a paper that I had given the title "Fashion as a Tool of Black Liberation." In light of I had wrote this like in October, so like when the Met exhibit in New York City was coming to a close, which was the Superfine exhibit, like Tearing Black Style, which was like a cultural and historical examination of Black style over like 300 years through the concept of like Black dandyism. And I have like made like a little like a podcast, but I'm really struggling to find the revised version I had made for this paper. So I had wrote this originally as a podcast. So like I'm sorry, I forgot her name, but the person who just presented, we were told to write as how we were to speak. And it's a little disjointed, but I can clear it up in the Q&A section if that's all right. I'm sorry, I can't find the final version of this paper. But
Okay. Are you still prepared to present your research
I
today?
mean, I can. It's just like the points are not like as smooth as
No
they're not
apologies.
smoothed out as much as I would have liked it to be.
No apologies. Writing in various mediums, it's an ongoing process, and so you can share what you have. At least you showed up and you produced something, and the topic, I'm here for it. I came exclusively for it. So so yes, feel free to share what you have, and that's what research is all about, presenting and getting feedback from our colleagues on ways to strengthen it more and more. Okay.
Okay, so uh basically fashion is a lot more than just like the clothes you wear. It's a storyteller. Like take this for example, like in Superfine, there was a party exhibit where it was talking about how uh, the clothes that slave owners would put onto slaves were I guess a way to uh again claim ownership. Like for example, like an enslaved woman wearing a brown shirt, like at face value, like this isn't like that significant. It's just a nice shirt that she's wearing. But then when you look close at the buttons sewn on the shirt, you see like sterling silver buttons that have the name Thomas Porter embossed on them. And Thomas Porter is the woman's owner who's using her shirt as a signifier that she is his. And the quality of the metal buttons also kind of work as like a wealth indicator and show off his wealth, if that makes sense. And we still kind of see this sort of thing in fashion today where the clothes that we wear, like the clothes that are worn are more the focus, but like it's different compared to white models in or lighter skin models in the industry, I should say, because black models usually are literally used as like a vessel for clothing and kind of use the our darker skin as a way to contrast against the clothes, if that makes sense, um rather than being like recognized for like our beauty and our features, you know? If that I don't know if that really makes I'm sorry, like I'm really
You're
this
fine.
isn't
Go ahead. You're fine. Go right ahead.
but I mean especially with like darker skin models, they're really used as like props, and whether it be on the runway or in editorial campaigns. Um, like especially with like hair, like there's like this, I don't want to say obsession, but like to book jobs, like a lot of Black models have had to shave their heads or like do like a really close like shave because the stylists that they book at these shows just don't know how to take care of Black hair, don't know how to style it, don't know how to um, they just fry it like how they do, like the ways that they use on models with more, you know, straight hair. They use these same practices on Black hair and don't really care how the hair, like how the hair um, health is. If that, I don't, you know, so like, and even like in like magazine shoots, like darker skin models specifically are used as like kind of like a backdrop in a way to make the lighter models the focus because it looks better on camera, if that makes sense. Like you can't even see their faces. Like you're really just able to like they color it in the way and edit it in a way so like the model's face is not the focus. It's literally just their skin, but that not even that because there's a lighter model in front whose face is in the forefront of the picture, if that like, if that makes sense. And I feel like we as Black people, we're not like soulless vessels, and the way that we're presented in fashion and media in general is very important, especially in a world where like the way we're represented um meat has so much weight, like how our freedom to, I guess, express ourselves through our clothes and the accessories that we adorn ourselves in has been historically used as a way to strip us of our like of our freedom, if that makes sense. And uh well, specifically with Black dandyism, like that kind of like shows like how the Black community has, after like slavery and just like, well, during slavery as well, like how we've kind of used fashion as a way to reclaim our reclaim a piece of our freedom, like the way that we wear, style, design, and adorn our clothes and accessories. We kind of wear a heavy history on our shoulders with poise and grace like no other. And I think that's just very important to highlight. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't want to, I'm sorry, like I really did have like, I really do
No
have
apologies.
this somewhere, but I'm
No,
unable to find
no
it.
apologies. I
So,
think you did a very great job. And I just want to chime in because I think you're definitely onto something with your research. So you're definitely spot on about this complexity of colorism that continues in the 21st century. And we know colorism within the fashion world continues to shape how a lot of Black models are selected, as you were saying, and marketed and represented. And it definitely reveals a persistent unfortunate hierarchy that continues, as you said, that privilege lighter skin tones and Eurocentric features while marginalizing darker skin models. And, you know, even Beyonce has been under fire or scrutiny in the past about the lighting and being ridiculed, like, oh, she's turning white, when in reality, it has a lot to do with the lighting. Um, so this bias from your research is quite interesting because it not only impacts the visibility um, and the opportunity, but also to reinforce the harmful beauty standards that's rooted in racism and colorism, you know, and that goes all the way back to the 19th century and slavery, this horrible rhetorical strategy that was used based on the color of your skin. If you're darker, you're in the fields. If you're lighter, you're in the house working. And that all of that was a master plan being used to keep us divided. When we all know that we are one big beautiful race of beautiful shades, but this is a rhetorical strategy that was used upon us to keep us divided instead of embracing the beautiful diverse shades that we have. And we see it continuously being reinforced, as you said, in the fashion industry. um and just for clarity, when we say colorism, when we're talking about colorism, it's not simply about skin tone preference, but it's a systemic bias. It's strategically done where lighter skin is rewarded and the darker skin is punished, particularly within industries that's controlled, by standards of quote unquote beauty. Um, Reminds me, Alice Walker, the author of The Color Purple and so many other great works. But she says colorism is preferential treatment of same race people based solely on their color. Um, and so within the fashion industry, like you were saying, with the fashion industry, they're setting the global beauty standards and they're controlling the visibility through magazines and runways and campaigns. They're shaping who is seen and who is considered marketable and high fashion or acceptable, right? Um, and for decades, we've seen a lot of lighter skinned black models and mixed race ambiguity and exotic but safe aesthetics, like you said, when shaving the hair off and so forth. Um, and if we think about that, who are some models that you can think of, some iconic models? Well, we're familiar with Naomi Campbell, right? Are you heard of Naomi Campbell? So,
Yeah.
right? So Naomi Campbell, she's of darker complexion, right? Imagine the fights that she had to put up. She had to fight twice as hard for jobs easily handed. Why do you think she had to fight as hard? Because her competition was who?
People like white people basically, because at that time like there was not really much represent like black models at all in fashion, like high
Mhm.
fashion. Like she was like Linda Evangelista, like all of the like white models basically. And I find that especially interesting when you talk about Naomi Campbell and
Mhm.
how much she's had to fight for her spot in the fashion industry.
Mhm.
When people talk about like her attitude and how um she's like really mean and really snarky and
Mhm.
stuff like that. And I've seen clips of like there was like this one reality show that she was on where she was like um they like completely like tried to like misinterpret her like what she like and try to like diminish what she was saying. And
Mhm.
she was like, no, like I've been in this industry for a lot longer than you guys. Like I know what I'm talking about. And the fact that she had to say that when her work speaks for herself, she's been in this industry for a very long time.
Mhm.
And that was very recent too. So it's like there's still like people trying to um, you know, minimize her impact in the industry when frankly it's undeniable.
Absolutely. And well said, a very good example. Because I think people of African descent overall, we're constantly having to validate ourselves when we shouldn't have to do that. The result should speak for itself. But even Naomi Campbell, or a Tyra Banks or a Beverly Johnson, constantly having to validate themselves because they're also constantly under attack too, being projected of the angry black woman archetype. When that isn't always, that's not the case. And even that goes beyond even the color. Even Meghan Markle, um, Prince Prince Harry's wife, has been attacked as the angry black woman. You know, because we do in this country we have the one drop rule that goes even beyond the colorism of one drop of black, you're black. And so this constant vicious attack, of trying to rise above this angry black woman archetype in the fashion industry as well, um, is is quite disturbing. But today say I do see that there has been some increased visibility of darker skin models today. We're still moving, as Dr. King would say, at horse and buggy with it. But I have seen some increase, and designers of color I think are starting to, they're advocating for more diverse shades, and even social media allowing models to build their own platforms, and even, for example, Rihanna's Fenty, I love it. Rihanna's Fenty Beauty is definitely changing the beauty industry by normalizing darker shades and going even a step further, normalizing, embracing curves, so that one doesn't have to be size zero, and just straight up and down. And I see that even with Victoria's Secrets. If you saw the Victoria's Secret
Yeah.
fashion, oh my gosh, I can't remember the woman athlete. They had her walk the
Angel Reese, I
Oh,
think
she killed
that
it. She
Angel, yeah.
killed it. Can you share? I don't know if you can share a screen with the YouTube clip of that as part of your. Look at this. We just turned it to a dual presentation. Are you able to pull up on YouTube, um, or maybe just a clip of her walking it, and she's just dismantling all types of stereotypical norms in the fashion industry. What are some? The colorism, her curves. She doesn't even come from the fashion industry. She's an athlete, but she just nails it. I mean, and it speaks volumes. And she took the world by storm. I think she literally took over the catwalk. And that just happened, I think, last month. She literally took it over. And if you can, you don't even have to share volume if you don't want. Well, you can share volume if you want to, but you have access to share screen, um, to share it. I mean, she really dismantled some things.
I think. Can you? Oh, uh,
Yeah, you have
wait.
access.
No,
Just down at the bottom where it says share. There you
you,
go. Yep, I see it. It's coming up.
okay.
All right. And then just press play.
The Chicago Sky's Angel Reese is now the first professional athlete to walk in the Victoria's Secret fashion show, and look at her go. The WNBA star said she put in a lot of work to prep for the show. She even got a walking coach. Last year, Reese was in the audience watching the show and said she manifested this year's moment. Also in the show, Olympic gold medalist Suni Lee, and we don't have video of that, but here's Reese again, sporting all the things, all the get-ups.
I saw Suni Lee earlier. I mean,
Me too.
Angel Reese killed it. She looks amazing. And Suni Lee did as well. And you just wanted her to use the runway like.
And so, especially with like measurements and just her being like an athlete. So with being an athlete, you're more muscular, and so she's defying like even like how you said like size like requirements because she's not like sample size like how a lot every other model has to be. And so I, a lot of people don't like how Victoria's Secret is, I guess, losing its like exclusivity in that, but I feel like it's more reflective of today's times where we there's a push for to represent I guess just women on the in the broader scale. So how
Absolutely.
how they how women really do exist in the world, not just the small category for like, how
You're right on target with it. And I like how you mentioned that Victoria's Secrets, they're losing their exclusivity. And I say from exclusivity to inclusivity. Because when you examine, when we think to wrap it, bring it back full circle for your presentation, when you think about and when we examine colorism in the fashion world, um, we're not just talking about skin tone again. We're talking about access. We're talking about visibility. We're talking about representation. And we're talking about power structures that decide what is seen, who is celebrated, and who is erased, right? So I think through your presentation, very brilliantly, you're challenging colorism, um, and knowing and reminding us that it's not simply about diversity either, but it's about dismantling, disrupting this colonial imaginary of beauty standards that shape how Black bodies are valued or devalued in the global fashion. So I would say to you, uh, Samuels, to continue with this research, because it's very much needed and it's not represented a lot. And I could see I definitely could see you doing a podcast on this and it really like blowing up. So I thank you for sharing it and just having the courage and the effort to still give birth to it because we need it.
Well, thank you for you guys' time. Um, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Excellent. Great job. Any questions? The floor is now open for Samuels. Anyone have any questions or comments, suggestions? The floor is open. You can just unmute.
Great job, Jayon. Also, just toward the end, what it made me think of was, in addition to models, it made me think of athletes and the women of their. It was several years ago. Serena Williams got into I don't know, a beef with a judge or something about what she was wearing on the court, and and it just sort of stuck with me, and it just blew up, this whole thing about women athletes and particularly Black athletes and what they were wearing, and so it has, it's gender also, gender and clothing and fashion, and I mean it's just a mess. Just a mess in many ways. So it made me think of that as well.
Awesome.
Yeah. But thank you. Yeah, I agree. Continue the research and just getting the word out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely concur, Dr. Marklood.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. Any other questions before we get ready to come to a closure? Any others? Well, I thank you all. What a powerful panel. Do we have anyone else from the panel that may have snuck in that haven't presented yet? Going once, going twice. All right. Well, let's everyone please give this powerful panel a round of applause. And we have about 5 minutes left. And congratulations. Make sure you all put this on your curriculum vitas, your resumes that you presented at the second annual symposium, research symposium at Howard University in the Department of English under the first year writing program. This is highly impressive. And this is not going on at a lot of institutions. But it's going on here, and these are freshmen that's just taking it by storm as though you all are graduate students. And that you are, you've stepped into your element and you've raised the bar with research. So I thank each and every one of you. Um, we have about 4 minutes, so we're going to go back into the main room at 1 o'clock for closing reflections. And then after that, this concludes our second annual highly successful research symposium virtual. We'll also have a a poll that I'd like to share as well, just to get you all's reflections and feedback. So be on the lookout for that. I'm sure your professors will share it. But we definitely want to make sure that you all have access to give your thoughts and your reflections for next year when we get ready to plan for next year as well. If virtual is working or if we should move to face or hybridize it, your voices matter for that. So, all right. Well, I'll see you all back in the main room here momentarily. And thanks again. All right, everyone. We're back in the main room and we have about 3 minutes before we get ready to bring everyone back in. So maybe we should make a note in the chat. We have 3 minutes left before all rooms close and we will meet back in the main room for final remarks. Okay. And we will also do a poll uh, as well on who was your favorite first place, second place, third place winners. And there will be publication opportunities as well. So in just a few minutes, we're going to do that. Let me see if I can post it now. I hope I can. Let's see. Um, let's see. All right. Who um do you think should win first place, second place, and third place for best presentation today? Okay. And if you can just type their names into the boxes, and I hope you'll be able to see this with the polls. I think, Dr. Williams, are you familiar with the polls and quizzes? Um, I'm trying to do a first place, second place, and third place. I just hit save, but I don't know. Let's see, research symposium. Vote for the best presenters. Okay. Can you all see it? I'm not.
I don't see anything.
Okay. Do I click save as meeting poll or save to library? I'm trying to share it with everybody, but
I'm actually not sure. I've never used the
okay.
feature.
Actually, there it is. Okay, I just launched it. All right. So if everyone is unanimous, it will be I'm gonna get the QR code for it too. And I'll just share that for those who may have left already, and they can just go in later. Okay. All right. Okay. Do you see it, Dr. Williams? Okay.
Yes, I see it, but it only has choice one, choice two, and choice three. It doesn't have names.
Okay, it should be for like first place. Well, you type in the name for first place, second place, and third place. And you don't,
Oh,
yeah, you don't have to do it just now if you don't want to. I'll put the QR code and the attachment, and I'll make sure that everyone has access to go back in to vote. Okay. And then I'll just put um scan the QR code and type the names of first, second, and third place best presenters from today's symposium. Okay. Winners will be announced Monday for prizes. Also, please email your papers for publication consideration to Monique.Akassi at howard.edu to be featured in this winter edition um, of our journal publication. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and close up the breakout rooms to bring everyone back into the main room. Wow, what a powerful symposium. All right. So, okay, everyone will be back in 53 seconds. All right, we're almost back in. A few more minutes. All right. Got a few more minutes. And all right. So we're back in. I think everyone's back in. 2, 1. All right, we're all back in. Well, welcome back, everyone. As we conclude this year's second annual first year writing program research symposium, I want to be able to just open up the floor to our esteemed faculty, staff, students first, our amazing authors from our common read, from our very young, dynamic colleagues, Dr. Tony Medina's, I am Alfonso Jones, Dr. Carol Boyce Davies and her Caribbean Spaces. We had a lot of diverse research papers. I'd like to open up the floor and give everyone, we'll take a few minutes, just unmute if you have anything you'd like to share. Students, reflections. We want to hear your voice. Okay. Just unmute. Students, what did you think about the second annual symposium, sharing your research? Faculty, what did you think about our students? Staff, what did you think about our students? Authors, what did you think about these brilliant students presenting and researching on your publications? The floor is open. We'll take about 5 minutes. And then we will get ready to bring it to a close.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Absolutely.
I am blown away, deeply moved, a little embarrassed to be the focus. But the level of like I was talking to the other group, the level of sophistication, depth, compassion and passion shown at this level, at the first year level, flexing like they graduate students, is really incredible. And just to have my characters and my text be engaged in such a myriad of ways is really exciting. And I was just wondering, I know Dr. Akassi is a AAA battery type like Susan Mockler, where they just do all this work. And you're like, oh my God, it's a lot. But if we could collect this into like a book or something, or like an annual, it would be so profound. And I would think that it would be such a good pairing with this for any uh classroom setting or study group or whatever. I don't know. But I want to applaud all the students. They were fantastic. All the scholars, the young scholars.
Absolutely,
And
Dr.
not only
Medina.
that, but my colleagues have such brilliant ideas in engaging students, so they don't get bored, or you know how it is. But I don't know, it seems to be like this group is really, really tight, you know.
Absolutely, Dr. Medina. We definitely plan on publishing in the journal, but I do like the idea of taking it an even step further and doing like an anthology,
And they could
where
even start on one that's like online, and then hopefully
mm,
raise the money to do a print version and then a big celebration. Because
mhm.
this is a lot of good work that should not go to waste, you know?
Absolutely, and definitely digital because we use so many diverse mediums, and it was rhetorically done on purpose because a research paper may not be able to convey the rhetorician's overall thesis the way that the podcast or the letter or the mini
Mhm.
documentary did. And they were blown away by your visual, by your graphic novel. I think that's the first time that we've ever had a graphic novel as the common read. And the message was unanimous. The students said, "Oh, it was powerful." Conducting rhetorical analysis on it is one thing to read it. I said, "Well, do you think Dr. Medina's novel would have hit differently, as they say, if it was just a novel and it wasn't graphic?" They said, "Oh no, he had to include it, had to be in the genre of graphic novel because he taps so deeply into the pathos through the visuals, the visual rhetoric. It just resonated, and so many of them were compelled to want to compare your work to other visuals in the film industry and other graphics."
Yeah, that's what I found really cool. And this one, where's that brother who did the he was talking about To Pimp a Butterfly
Oh, yes, Kendrick Lamar's piece. Yes, in
and
comparison.
Sinners, and but I
Mhm.
try to pop into a lot of the sessions, but I couldn't get everyone. It was so many having it happening at the same time. Uh but let's hear from the students.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Students, please unmute. This is your time. You may not even know how big this is, but years to come, when people see this on your resume, you'll see how big it is. But we love you all, and that's why we're pushing you. Sometimes we see more out of you than you even see it, but we're
If they're
pushing.
writing like this at the first year level, imagine what they're going to be like as seniors and also in graduate school, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I said it. Freshman or senior, they're going to bring it. If we raise the bar, they're going to answer the assignment and go
That's what it
above.
is. I think you and Susan Mockler and Boylan and all the other faculty, you guys really raised the bar and prepare these students for greatness. And that's what makes Howard University such a special place, that our students are leaders already, you know?
Absolutely. I always tell students, Dr. Medina, at the illustrious Howard University, if someone dumbs down the material, if you ever receive the bare minimum, that's an insult to your intelligence because you're dealing with geniuses and brilliant scholars here. So when we raise the bar, it's not to be mean or for work's sake, because we could give A's all day. This is bigger than the grade. I am because we are. When we raise it, that's because that's how we think of you. We love you and we know that you're brilliant and you can go above and beyond. So we raise the bar for that reason.
And talk about ancestry. I mean, look who came through these hollowed halls, you know. I mean, if you go to the museum that they have at the library, the history of this place and the images, you'd be like blown away who used to come on this campus and the history of this place. It's incredible.
Absolutely. There's nothing like it. There is nothing like it. And that's why I think all of us we're honored and it's a privilege to be here at Howard University and to just be around the greats, the giants, and our goal is for you to climb on top of our shoulders to figuratively speaking to see a little further and go a little higher. That's the goal of every generation. Yes.
But I
All right,
think that
students.
the faculty should be the editors of this piece, and y'all should cull together all these pieces and get them up, have it designed and get them up online and also in book form, in print form.
We're on it. And we're on it, and we're gonna bring you on too, Dr. Medina. And Dr. Williams is out there too, and any other faculty that's in here right now. We're gonna call on you to for the preface, for the intro, for the afterward, for the forward, all of that. I mean it. I mean it.
I
Yeah.
want to hear from people like with names like Patience. That's a good name right there.
Yeah, that's Dr. Patience Williams. That's one of our esteemed colleagues. And would you like to share anything? I really appreciate all of our esteemed colleagues recommending these powerful papers as well. Dr. Williams, did you want to say a word before we bring this to closing?
Yeah, I just want to say that this has been great, listening to the students present their work. And I will say on the faculty side, the only thing that I wish for myself is that I had scheduled my grading to better coincide with these presentations, because if I had graded like a bit sooner, maybe I could have had more recommendations for something like this. Um, but anytime, especially for the ones that are to come, I definitely want to encourage students and colleagues to definitely recommend and present, because this was really, really great. So thank you.
My pleasure. Our pleasure. Thank you. It takes a village. We still have a big one coming up the spring semester, the international conference virtual. So if there's
Okay.
Mhm.
Is it one per semester?
Yeah. So fall semester is the research symposium, and then the spring is the international conference. The spring one we will be hybridizing it, having it online and in person, in collaboration with the film festival as well. So it's going to be massive for the and that will take place the week of April 20th, and we've secured a lot of funds for it too. So definitely, if there's some students that didn't get a chance to present but they had stellar papers, please recommend them for the the third annual, actually, I believe, yeah, third annual one coming up for spring.
Dr. Casa, you know I ran to the campus like a lunatic this morning.
Oh, my
I thought I was
apologies.
going to get 8 tickets coming, because I thought it was at the main ballroom.
Virtual main ballroom.
I went up to Blackburn. I was like, "Where's the main ballroom?" And they're looking at me like I'm a nut.
Deeply
So,
apologize, Dr. Medina, but I'm
oh,
so glad you were able to join. And virtual is awesome, right? Because you can go in and out. You don't have to pick up all your books and go marching into room to room.
luckily, Brenda Douglas helped me out
Yeah,
to get
big.
online
We
because
love you, Miss Douglas.
I didn't have my computer with me, and I
We
don't
love
have
you.
the Howard email on my phone. So
Oh,
she hooked me up. I stayed
thank
there for like an
you.
hour or so. Then I jumped in my car and I peeped into Susan's
Yeah.
class. But Susan, can you talk about briefly about your concept of having them write through characters? And I'm not sure. I think it was Susan. I mean, I think it was Boylan who had them do podcasts and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Really,
I have them write letters to characters. It's something I sort of conceptualized several years ago, and I can't even tell you where I conceptualized that from. It just always seemed to work really well because it allows the students to kind of enter into the novel, whatever the novel that they're reading, and identify with the characters. I know where I started it from. It wasn't it wasn't initially with a character. Initially, I had students write to like a future generation. That's what it was. This was a few semesters back. And then when we started doing a common text, I had them choose writing a letter to one of the characters. Like when we did Kindred last year, yeah, it was last fall. I had them choose a character from Kindred to write to, and then this year I had them choose from your novel, and it's just a way to kind of, it does a couple of things rhetorically. It to has a student try to establish their own credibility as a writer, using pathos, using emotion into it, and using some research, some logos. So it establishes all the rhetorical situation. Um, and also some creativity, which I always
Yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
as a poet. And so it kind of brings a lot of things together, and the students really seem to enjoy it. And I think that it allows the students to go deeper into whatever they're reading. And there's also, as Dr. Boyce Davies had mentioned at the very beginning, at the beginning of the symposium, of just the epistolary, which I love
It's
that
a great
word,
form. Yeah.
the letter form.
It
I
frees
mean, we
them
do a
up.
lot of that. We read some samples. We read James Baldwin's letter to my nephew, and one of the things I like to point out is, how those authors, the ancestors that we talk about, the ancestors, that they are writing to specific people. Like he's writing to his nephew in there, James, my dear James. But he's also writing to the broader public. Like he's
Yeah, yeah.
speaking to the public. And Ta-Nehisi Coates does the same in his book. Like he's writing to his son, but he's also, it's intended to write to address the public. And this is what I hope these letters do as well, that they are writing to the character, but they're also intended to address the public on some of these social
Now
problems.
I have a question real quick. Um, the last session I sat in on was moderated by Arthur Walker, and it had Austin McKee, Ariel Carmichael, Julia Mackey. They were
They're
all
all right
brilliant.
here.
They were all brilliant, and I like the idea of having the students moderate. Dr. Akassi, whose idea was that, having the student be moderators of their own panels and stuff? This is
Oh,
such a good
yeah,
thing.
thank you so much. So we've been doing this since we started this with the Spring International Virtual Conference. Um, when we couldn't get enough professors to moderate, I said, we need to start just having our students do it because they're so brilliant. And so and that's the goal, to make it more student focused, student led, student researchers presenting and moderating and sharing. That's what we want. We have leaders and we're just cultivating their skills.
Can I ask both you and Susan a question? Now, I noticed in the letters that they created, many of them were apologizing to the parents of the characters. Now, isn't that a form itself, a tradition in writing, in rhetoric and composition? I want to
Mm.
say it is it?
Mhm.
Isn't there
It can
some
be a
fancy
form.
word for that?
Apologia. Yeah.
Apologia.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
part of a
you're right.
literary tradition, right?
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
absolutely.
So
Okay.
we combined two. Yes.
Now let's hear from students, because we could talk all day, faculty. What does Ariel have to say? What does Austin have to say? What does Julia, Arthur,
Mhm.
Michaela?
Hi.
And Ryan as well. You can unmute. Just any of you unmute. Just dive right in.
Ariel, go ahead.
Okay, so I first want to like exalt appreciation to my teacher, Dr. Mockler, because I personally struggled with the English composition just going through schooling, especially when I got to high school. I didn't have a teacher that was focused on creativity rather than just blatantly analyzing everything. And so I was able to put my own emotions, my own experiences into my writings as of being in this class. And it's just greatly appreciated. Just want to let you know that.
And I gotta
And
attest that I heard your piece and it was very analytical, but also very impactful and emotional. So I like that aspect.
yes, like going into this piece, I typically like procrastinate when I'm giving a prompt, but then it's just like I don't know, it's crazy how this situation happened. My cousin passing away at the time of us reading a book about a black boy who's been shot. So I was like, that timing was just like ultimately crazy to me at first. And then then you asked that question about like how we chose the character that we wanted to write to. And so I was like, in that time, like I could have just skipped class that day after I got the news of my cousin's passing. But and I was like, okay, let me go to class. Like I got up and I still went to Dr. Michael's class that morning. And I'm just sitting there and I'm listening. She separated us into groups to explain different chapters. And my group, Mr. O, was like brought up in there. And I was like analyzing, like as I'm like sitting there listening and reading it and taking further appreciation of this book, I was like, oh, I'm gonna write my essay on Mr. O, because he was so level-headed and logical, and I was like, that's the kind of person that I needed at the time, rather than all those sometimes there's a lot of reckless opinions of what should follow up after you have a tragic accident or within the community. So I just like, that's kind of how I went about it, and I appreciate both of you, Mr. Medina. Your writing piece was I don't know, I love graphic novels. I'm a graphic novel
Oh, you
person all
do?
day long. Yes,
What are
I
some of
love
your
them.
favorite ones?
Um, let's see.
Let me write some
I
down. You know what I mean?
I was kind of into like this. It was a horror book. There's one that I won't forget at least. It was called like Ibitsu or something like that.
Wait, say that again.
I said it was a horror. It was a horror piece. I can't remember who it was by, but I think it was called Ibitsu.
How do you spell
Uh,
that?
Ibitsu. I think it was like a manga,
Is
like
it
a
Japanese?
Japanese. Yes.
It beats two.
So
Okay.
and then I also like this book called Ghost. It's by the author who also write like Smiles books and things like that.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a book called Ghost, and it's about like a Hispanic family. They like it was based on Dia de los Muertos. And so
Ah.
yeah,
What
I
is it
fell in
about
love with that
graphic
book.
novels that you dig?
The fact that I'm able to see what is being like explained or exposed within the book, like not just words being thrown at me. Sometimes it can be overwhelming when I'm reading and it's just words. And so sometimes it makes me like procrastinate on finishing the book. But if there's like visuals, I think I'm more of a visual learner. So if there's visuals, I'm like more engaged in the book. I feel more engaged. Like the emotions are better portrayed. Yeah.
Wow, that's great. Can anyone else relate? What about Austin and Julia and Naja?
I can go. Yeah, no, I'm very honored to be here today. It really, you, Mr. Medina, really opened up a path to just realizing that there's really a lot that goes behind just these words and pictures and stuff, and explaining your thinking path and stuff like that. And also a really big thank you and to Dr. Mockler. Like she really um, opened up my like writing abilities. I haven't been in a writing class because since I'm a senior, I haven't been in a writing class since like COVID. So I had to like my writing skills, and she really helped do that really fast by explaining things in class and all of the above.
That's great. Anyone else? Don't be shy.
Yes, I would like to say something.
Ryan.
Hello.
Hello.
So first, I just wanted to say that I have not always been the biggest fan of English, mainly because I always felt like I was being put into a box when it came to writing essays. They always had something that they were looking for, and it was never what I actually wanted to write about. So when it came to being in Professor Thomas O.M.'s class, it brought back my love for English because he gave prompts, but he didn't give a specific format that he wanted. So I was able to just write about what I wanted to write about and what I was passionate about writing about. So I was able to be creative and think outside the box, and it was great. It brought back my love for writing, it brought back my love for poetry, it brought back my love for everything. And so I just wanted to say thank you to Professor Thomas O.M. And also thank you to you guys for inviting me to share my paper and even naming a panel after that. It was very surprising to hear that. And it really put into perspective how powerful and impactful my writing can be. And I appreciate it more than you guys know. So thank you.
So Ryan, quick question. Are you taking a creative writing course this semester?
Yes, I'm in English 104.
What is that?
Oh, that's part of the no, creative writing is like exclusively like creative writing. 104 is part of the first year writing sequence. So 104 this semester, 105 next
Oh,
semester.
well,
Dr. Medina is talking about like
I
in
just
addition.
say this to say that next week, the 19th and the 20th, Wednesday, Thursday at the Writing Center from 6 to 8. Both evenings, we're going to have our Bison Lit Fest. We're going to have an open mic, so come and join us and read some of your stuff at the open mic.
Can you put that in the chat too, Dr. Medina?
I
Any
did. I did.
information?
I sent the flyer around, so they're waiting to Dr. Boyce Davies to approve it. But I could send you the flyer
Yeah,
after
if
this.
you can in the chat, possibly.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to do it in the chat.
Or have Miss Douglas or if you send it
Is Miss
send it
Douglas here still? Because
or
she could
just
do that. She has it.
all right. I'll send it out or just type in the chat like
Oh, okay.
the place and a time and a title. That'll be cool. Yeah.
But I think Naja, did you want to say something? Because you look like you came on camera.
No
I
pressure.
turned my camera on because saw everybody else had their camera on. But but I mean, since I'm talking, I might as well. I just want to say thank y'all so much for having me. It was a really, good and inspirational conference. My professor is Dr. Boylan. She's not on here today, but she actually asked me if I would present my paper because she really liked it, and I'm glad that she gave us the option to do the podcast as we talked about during my panel because I had mentioned it allowed me to be more personable and relatable, not just to youth, but those of all ages who may relate to this topic or this issue that we have in society today about the stereotypes and the criminality that people look at when they might view people of color. So that's why my title was Yes, I'm Black. No, I'm not a criminal. So I'm just super glad that I was able to share that with you all today, and I hope you all enjoyed it.
Beautiful. Wonderful. All right. We are any last reflections, comments before A closing remark. All right. Well, I'll send it to the professors, um, and it's in the chat as well, because we are going to give prizes for first place, second place, third place, best presentations, and invitation to for publication consideration. Please send an email to monique.akassi@howard.edu. This will be recorded and published on YouTube as well for your archives. And I thank all of you, as we close this year's second annual um, first year writing program research symposium. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to everyone who joined us today. Your presence, your engagement, and your support have made this event a profound celebration of scholarship, creativity, and academic excellence within our first year writing community here at Howard University. So today, our first year students reminded us of the power of research, storytelling, multimodal expression, creativity, and critical inquiry as well. You took bold steps into your own voices, and you presented work that reflects not only your growth, but also your rich intellectual legacy at Howard University. So, to our student presenters, you were phenomenal. You showed depth, courage, originality, and brilliance. You affirmed that your voice matters, your research matters, your creativity matters, your stories matter, and your collective scholarship pushes us all forward. So, we are immensely proud of each and every one of you. We thank our dynamic faculty, our dynamic staff, our dynamic administrators for your support and your guidance and your nurturing. And special thanks again to the authors of our common text, Dr. Tony Medina, author of I Am Alfonso Jones. Thank you for inspiring our students through truth telling, artistry, and the power of narrative to confront injustice and to spark social awareness and liberation. And to Dr. Carol Boyce Davies, our department chair and author of Caribbean Spaces, whose scholarship enriches our understanding of identity, the diaspora, geography, and the global Black experience. Your works provide the intellectual grounding that has shaped so many of us through our students' research presentations today. And thank you to the faculty who recommended students to present, including Dr. Miller, Dr. Williams, Professor O, Dr. O'Donnell, Dr. Williams. Thank you. Your support, your nominations, and your belief in our students' abilities helped to make this symposium exceptionally fantastic. Special appreciation again to Dr. Mockler and Dr. Boylan. Thank you for your outstanding leadership and organization and spearheading today's event. Your vision, hard work, and commitment to the first year writing program are deeply appreciated. And to every moderator, panel organizer, and behind the scenes supporter, you know who you are. Thank you for helping us bring this event to life. This symposium, in conclusion, is more than a showcase. It is a testament to the transformative power of research and writing. It reflects our commitment to developing scholars who will lead, challenge, create, and serve with excellence here at the Mecca. As we close, let us carry this momentum forward, continuing to uplift student voices, strengthen our writing community, and uphold this mission and legacy here at Howard University. And we thank you all for making this year's symposium a tremendous success. We hope you have a wonderful afternoon and weekend. And congratulations again to all of our presenters. HU. Uh-oh.
You know.
You know.
HU.
You
You
know?
know?
All right. Thank you so much. I see one other hand raised. I'm sorry, Ariel Carmichael. I'm just seeing it.
Yeah, all I had a question was about the poll that popped up. What is that?
Yes, so the poll is for you to vote best presenters. Who do you think were the top three best presentations or content? First place, second place, third place. You all are winners, and you all will be receiving certificates, awards of appreciation. And you need to frame those. Your professors will be distributing those to you. But in addition to that, we all, yes, I vote for everyone is the best. Yes, I agree. I agree. But we will definitely be giving out prizes as well. So if you like to vote anonymously for first, second, third place presentations, you're more than welcome to, but you're not obliged to. There is a QR code for it, and there will be publication opportunities to all the presenters. All of you are winners. All of you will be considered for publication consideration as well. And you will be receiving the certificate of appreciation for presenting at this year's symposium as well.
Am I
Okay,
the
thank
only
you.
geek that's been taking photos on
Nope.
this Zoom thing?
I've been screenshotting, I've been taking my phone and doing little clips and so forth. So great minds think alike.
The students are like, ah.
Now, we're going to flood it on the social media out in these streets. So,
Word. Make all these other campuses jealous.
yes, HU.
You know.
All right. All right. Well, that concludes another successful symposium. We love you all. We're going to let you go. We know it's a Friday and I got to get ready to hit up this gym. So take care of yourselves and happy research and writing and creativity and all that other good stuff. Until next time, peace.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank
Thank you
you.
again. Thank
Ciao,
you.
Bella.